Morning members and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee on the 25th of February 2026. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Anyone in the chamber, can you please either ensure your mobile phones are on silent or switched off. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting. Writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorum. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions in areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Similar to the process now followed at full council, when considering motions or amendments which are substantive in nature, I will call a recess where necessary, so I may seek governance advice on competency. This is good practice in governance terms and will also provide for governance to be able to collate and circulate the terms of said motion or amendment to members in order that they may have the opportunity to properly review it. I hope this process makes matters more effective, and I seek members' support in implementing this. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. Our Governance Officer, Tracy, can you confirm Cedrin and apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. We've got 13 members present in total, 4 members present in person here at Council HQ in Dumfries, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor John Campbell and Councillor Andy McFarlane. 9 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Blake, Councillor Drybrough, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Giusti, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor Jordan, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Slater and Councillor Thompson. I had one apology from Councillor Lowe, and 3 members not present at the start of the meeting, being Councillor Hill, Councillor Hislop and Councillor Walters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Well, we're dealing with attendance. Can I introduce members to a young man on my right, adjacent to our legal representative, Laura. His name is Cameron. He's a newly qualified solicitor, and this is his first committee he's attending in person. So welcome, Cameron. I hope you have a great learning experience as the day develops. Are there any declarations of interest? Vice Chair, Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to agenda item 7, statement of connection, last week I was in Glasgow at the weekly demonstration of their buildings. This was discussed, and in the sense of it just became part of discussion and a picture was put down, but there was no content and there was no discussion about it. And I did inform that I was a member of the planning team and they shouldn't proceed with any discussion, so I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beretti. Councillor Slater.
Yes, Chair. I just have a statement of connection. I attended a meeting at Heath Hall Library a few months ago regarding this plan application. Thank you.
Which one, Councillor Slater?
It was a meeting held, and the local community council were there as well. It was held at Heath Hall Library, and the subject was the amount of houses that was being built in the area. So I did attend that meeting.
You're talking about item 7, Councillor Slater?
Yes, correct, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Giusti, please.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've got a declaration to bring out. I've got my family business is in a restaurant and takeaway in Shanram, which is in the same sphere of competition as the application in number 5. So I think it would be appropriate for me to remove myself from the meeting. Although, beyond that, knowing that I had a declaration of interest, I have came out in support of the application, so that should probably be noted as well.
Thank you, Councillor Justice. So are you remaining in the meeting or are you going to leave?
It would be appropriate for me to leave the meeting at that point.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Councillor Justice. Councillor Maureen Johnson, please.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I'd just like to declare an interest in item 7, where I inadvertently passed a comment at a public meeting regarding this application, which therefore excludes me from taking any part in this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane, please.
Morning, Chair, morning, members. Yes, similar to Councillor Beretti, last Wednesday, item 7, last Friday, sorry, we visited some of the Wheatley Homes facilities in relation to the well living. The whole purpose of the meeting was to attend to have a look at the facilities that are provided under the well living. Similar to Councillor Beretti, informed him as a member of planning and wasn't able and wasn't inclined to discuss the application that was coming before us today. It was coincidental that it was last Friday because it had been arranged for earlier in the year, but due to other issues it was put back and happened on Friday. I don't feel it's an issue that would mean that I would have to leave the meeting, so I'll be remaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Ian Blake, please. We don't seem to be receiving your communication. If you can't speak, Councillor Blake, could you maybe introduce it into the chat function and we'll then read it out to make sure that everyone knows exactly what your declaration is. And I'll wait a while. In the meantime, I have a statement of connection on agenda item 12. I invited council officers up some months ago to view the condition of Sanker toll booth. Obviously, I have no financial or personal interest, so I will remain. Just I did invite officers come to look at the property, which might have culminated in the agenda item 12 being brought forward today. So try again, Councillor Blake, please, if you are able now to connect or introduce your declaration of interest. In that case, we'll have to move on. I will ask staff if they can catch up with you in another way to make sure you're connected and we can introduce your statement of connection or declaration of interest at that juncture. I'll now ask our clerk, Tracy, to outline the procedure to be followed at the meeting today.
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chair has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chair will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and then applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person or joining remotely via Microsoft Teams. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chair of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tracy. We move on, members, to agenda item number 3. The minute of the previous meeting on the 28th of January 2026. Are we content this is a true record? And I'll take silence as acceptance that this is a true record.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. I have agreement from the chambers, so we'll confirm that the minute of the previous meeting, the 28th of January, has been approved. Now move on to the substantive items for today. And before we do, we have a request from officers to defer an agenda item number 6. I will ask Mr. Sutty to outline the reasons for this, and then I'll ask our legal representative, Laura Whitelaw, just to provide some further detail, and happy if members have any questions thereafter. Mr. Sutty, please.
Thank you, Chair. This relates to item 6, which is Rowan Craig Wind Farm. After the agenda was published, officers became aware of a Court of Session ruling which had come out in respect of a wind farm in Scottish Borders, which, when officers have looked at this case, actually has very strong parallels to the Rowan Craig proposal. So we have concerns about whether it is appropriate or safe to determine the application today. I apologise for the very last minute nature of establishing this, but through yourself, Chair, I'd probably suggest that Laura can give you detailed reasons why.
Thanks very much for that outline, Mr. Sutty. Laura, can you just advise members further, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Some of you may be aware that on the same day as the committee agenda was published, the BBC reported that the Inner House of the Court of Session quashed a Scottish Minister's reporter's decision in respect of the Wallmuir wind farm in the Scottish Borders. As Mr. Sutty has said, there are many similarities between the Wallmuir application and the present application for Rowan Craig wind farm. In both, as has been common, the application to the Planning Authority does not include a request for permission in respect of grid connection for the wind farm. The Inner House did not have an issue with this. However, they found that the reporter had made a material error by deciding the wind farm application without considering whether the wind farm and related grid connection should be considered together as one project for the purposes of an EIA assessment. In his decision, the reporter had stated that there was no attempt to avoid the need for an EIA, that the development proposal had been subject to an EIA in the normal way, and if a subsequent proposal for grid connection were an EIA development, that too would require to be assessed in accordance with the EIA regulations. That has also been our practice. However, the Inner House rejected this approach as it did not address the critical issue of whether the wind farm and the associated grid connection were a single project for the purposes of an EIA assessment. The court held that the reporter had made a material error and that he should have conducted a fact-specific evaluation of the proposal in front of him before reaching a conclusion on whether the wind farm and the grid connection together constituted a single project for which an EIA report analysing the potential significant cumulative effects of both aspects was required. Members should note that the Inner House did not state that wind farm applications and grid connections should proceed as one application. However, they suggested that it may be advisable to consider the cumulative environmental impact of the whole project before the first decision on planning permission is made. Similarly, they were not immune to the suggestion that there may be difficulties in assessing the project as a whole for EIA. The issue was that the reporter had not tried. In addition to finding that the reporter had erred in this approach, the Inner House held that a decision maker could be seen as acting irrationally if they were influenced by the benefits of an operational wind farm without considering the impacts of that grid connection. Applying this to the present application, The EIA that has been lodged does not contain details of the grid connection and does not consider the potential environmental impacts of it. That is at paragraph 5.3.2 of the EIA report, which is online. The application is presented as being separate EIA project to the grid connection. To adopt the language of the Inner House, the critical issue of whether the wind farm and the associated grid connection are a single project for the purposes of an EIA has not been considered. If members were minded to proceed with determining the present application, their decision could be open to challenge in the same way as the Scottish Borders decision, Walmuir Wind Farm, the reporter in that case decision, was challenged. The advice of officers is that members defer their consideration of this application until a properly focused, fact-specific analysis is carried out by the Planning Authority so that it can be determined whether the wind farm and grid connection are a single project for the purposes of EIA. The applicant has received correspondence earlier today, and it is with apologies at the lateness of this correspondence, advising them of this change in recommendation, the reasoning why, and that members will be asked to defer consideration of the application until such time as information in relation to the grid connection has been formally submitted as part of a revised planning application, and further information in relation to proposed grid connection has been the subject of a further environmental information additional to the present EIA report. If members have any questions in respect of the court action, I'm more than happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Laura, and I'm happy to accept that recommendation. Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Yeah, thanks thanks very much, Chair. And I too am, happy with the recommendation to defer and get as much information back to us as possible. But what we don't want to do is have an unsafe decision today from the Planning Applications Committee. So happy to agree with the decision to refer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryburgh. To save going round individual members, are there anyone who is not content with this proposal to defer? Councillor Drysdale, please.
Good morning, members. Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Laura, for that update. I would agree with Councillor Dryburgh that I'd be happy to defer, and I just wondered if members could receive at some point some sort of correspondence with regards to that, in terms of the fact that it might affect other applications across our region. I appreciate that's not on the agenda for today, but just going forward, if we could receive that, I think that would be helpful for everybody, councillors, as well as constituents, just to have a bit more knowledge on the matter. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. So can you share with every member of every member of the council, if members want that, the advice that we've received in relation to this request to defer? So the decision of the committee is to defer agenda item number 6. And I see in the chat function, I did invite Councillor Blake to submit this. He's experiencing technical difficulties. His statement of connection is agenda item 9. He had contact from objector and acted as a conduit via EMES. Case not discussed and will stay in the meeting. So I think it's a statement of connection by Councillor Blake on agenda item 9. Grateful to you for that, Councillor Blake. Move on now to the agenda items in business for today. First item is agenda item 4, Stranraer Marina, Stranraer. Planning application for extension to Stranraer Marina, including the formation of an additional 185 new berths, 14 for commercial use, extension to existing breakwater, new fuel berth, Linkspan Bridge and Fisherman's Compound, erection of workshops in Washdown Bay, erection of Coast Guard and Marine Research Building with roof-mounted solar panels, quay well and floating harbour marina facilities, alterations to existing harbour reception building, upgrading and installation of new lighting, including navigational lighting, new substation area, upgrade of existing slipway, breastworks in Marine Lake car park, including formation of motorhome stances and formation of new car park and green open space with new seating area and viewpoint and associated works, reference number 25-1521-full. It's a national application which provides the representatives with 5 minutes to address the committee, and the report's been presented by Neil Simpson. So I see Neil online. Can you take us through a presentation, Neil, please?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Thank you for your introduction. For the benefit of the members, I won't read the full description again, but this is a full application for planning permission for the extension to Stranraer Marina. This application has been brought to the Planning Applications Committee today on the basis that it is a major application under the scheme of delegation. The applicant and owner and operator of the site under consideration today is Dumfries and Galloway Council, and it's important to note that where the council is both the applicant and the determining authority, we have a duty to treat the application at arm's length in the interest of transparency. My report and my presentation has been prepared on this basis, and I would encourage the members to hold this in mind when determining the application today. Okay, so the planning application under consideration today is that part above the mean high water springs, which is in the ownership of the council. This is the view. The site lies just to the north of Stranraer. I've lost my place. Yeah, much of the proposed development site is located within the Stranraer Conservation Area. There is one designated heritage asset within the site, which is the Harbour Office, which is a Category C listed building and operates today as the tourist office. If you want to proceed to the next slide, this is an aerial view. The site is currently operated by the council as a marina. It consists of a dogleg quay and a finger pontoon used by smaller fishing vessels. At present, there's approximately 70 berths within the harbour, split between commercial operators and visitors as well, and also fishing vessels. The site includes the existing harbour reception building and the proposed Stranraer Water Sports Association building, which was granted planning permission under application 230970 FUL. The western section of the site includes the existing boatyard and adjacent grassed areas, including the park, Agnew Park. There is an area as well there which benefits from extant planning permission 230976 FUL for the erection of a boat shelter, extension of the boatyard area, and an instructor platform. The coastal walkway path number 544 runs through the harbour and along the promenade, forming part of the Windsor Galloway Coast Path core path. If you want to move on to the next slide, thank you. This is the proposed landscape plan. There is an area, that area to the right hand side is the area that's proposed to be reclaimed to create a new car park and grassed area and potential community area. That's referred to in my report. Next slide, please. This is the statutory designated areas around the site. There's 3 sites of special scientific interest within 5 kilometres of the site. We've got Uckrocker wetlands, White Loch Inch, and there's also a special protected area, Glenap and Galloway Moors, all within 5 kilometres. These are principally known for being important, having important populations of breeding birds, such as hen harriers. The ecological impacts and effects are all included in the accompanying EIA, which is available, was made available online and in hard copy at the local office. The Nature Scott have advised that otters may be in the vicinity of the site while no signs were found or observed during the relevant surveys that were undertaken for the application. Nature Scott have requested that pre-construction surveys should be completed should the application be approved, and this has been recommended as a condition for later in the report. Next slide, please. These are the heritage assets in the vicinity of the site. As noted, it's the Stranraer core conservation area, includes part of the bulk of the site under consideration today, and there is a category C listed building, which is the Harbour Office. Again, the council archaeologist has advised that due to the nature of the development, there was a requirement for appropriate mitigation. And again, they have requested that this be secured by condition, which is again is covered later at the end of my report. Okay, so if we go on to the next slides, these are the elevations. The site is covered by LDP2 as a mixed-use site, which refers to the adopted Stranraer waterfront urban design strategy and master plan planning guidance. This sets out the type of design and layout of development that would be considered suitable on the site. These are the structures that are being proposed. The office's assessment was that the proposed type of development complies with the master plan guidance, and the type and structure would be appropriate for a marina setting, being typical sort of harbour style buildings. And being of a suitable scale and designed for the purpose. These are just for all the three principal buildings that are being proposed for the site. Okay. These are the images taken from the site, giving views. So this is looking northwest from the waterfront towards the marina. We just step through these. Looking northeast from the waterfront towards the marina. This is the view of the council, the tourist office, the harbour master's building is there on the right hand side. Looking west from Agnew Park. Again, west from Agnew Park from a further distance. And this is looking northeast from Hillhead. Southeast from Broadston Road. looking southeast from the A718, and also the core path at Solburn. The view from looking northeast from the old military road of Stranraer, and looking northwest from the Ken Ryan Road, A77. And looking northwest, and sorry, looking southwest from Ryan Bay Holiday Park. And looking southwest from Craig Cafe. Okay, so the key considerations in my report set out that the regeneration of Stranraer and Loch Ryan waterfront is one of the council's key priorities, and this is set out in LDP2 and the Stranraer Waterfront Urban Design Strategy and Master Plan guidance. MPF4 also identifies the Stranraer Gateway project as national development that supports the regeneration of Stranraer, which has become a priority since the loss of the ferry service. And any development that supports the regeneration of Stranraer will be supported by other strategic transport interventions, which could include road and rail, that will emerge from the second strategic transport project review. And finally, it is LDP2 policy, T3, which seeks to safeguard established harbours, marinas and slipways, such as Stranraer Marina, and encourages development proposals which support the use of such facilities and retention of such facilities, particularly those with a potential commercial, recreational, sporting or tourist function. So that was a key economic supporting policy for this application. If we go to the next slide. Yeah, I have to bring to the attention that the applicant has requested phasing of the proposed development, so that reclaimed area potentially could form a separate phase or a second phase, or as many phases as deemed required and acceptable to the council. It was suggested that this could be secured by condition. There are also conditions as covered in my presentation and my report, which have been requested by NatureScot for the protection of the otter and bird populations, by Seapen Roads in regard to the phasing of the reclaimed land and associated parking, from the council archaeologist in regard to the heritage protection of the heritage assets. So that's the sea listed harbour office and the marina itself, and the conservation area, and from environmental health in relation to noise and vibration during construction. The applicant has requested some amendments to these conditions, which have been agreed in principle by the officers, but obviously this is at the discretion of the members who may, if they are minded to support the application, can of course amend, add or remove conditions as they see fit, where agreed with the senior planning officer. Subject to these conditions, sorry, can you just rewind to that one? Subject to these conditions, it is considered that the identified adverse impacts can, to a considerable extent, be mitigated and are outweighed by the positive and policy compliant aspects of the policy of the proposal, which would contribute significantly towards the wider regeneration of Stranraer. So yeah, so the final screen, thank you. So these are the requested amendments to the conditions. So condition number 4 that no phase of the development hereby granted planning permission shall be brought into use unless all of the respective off-street car parking turning areas shown on the approved drawings phasing plan for that phase have been formed in complete accordance with the said drawings or such other drawings as may be approved in writing for the purpose by the council as planning authority. This is the amended part. Thereafter, the said parking turning area shall be kept clear from obstruction and shall be retained only for the purpose of off-street parking, turning for the lifetime of the development unless otherwise agreed in advance with the council. Condition 5, again, the highlighted areas text is the part that has been amended. So that's where it says for the reclaimed land. Okay, next screen, please. Condition 8 has been reworded, so it now reads, thereafter the programme of archaeological work shall be implemented in complete accordance with the approved scheme, and that all recording and recovery of archaeological resources within the development site shall be undertaken to the satisfaction of the council as planning authority. In addition, the developer shall afford access at all reasonable times during the development to the council archaeologist or a nominated representative and shall allow them to observe work in progress. And condition 10, the highlighted text for that phase has been inserted. Next slide, please. And condition 11, again, highlighted text where it says for that phase has been inserted. Is that the final screen or is there one more? One more, okay. Condition number 12, again, for that phase where it's highlighted has been inserted. I think that's the final slide, is it? Yep, so the conclusion is the proposal clearly has strong policy support by way of its inclusion as a national development in NPF 4 and its identification as a development opportunity in LDP 2, and it's considered that the identified adverse impacts can be mitigated according to those conditions. And I recommend the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions as amended, and that concludes my presentation and I stand ready for any questions by the members.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Neil, any questions for our case officer from members? I have Councillor Slater followed by Councillor Andy McFarlane. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just a question. As the boat docking area is to be increased, will or could there be a boat repair and maintenance facility? Is it possible that that would obviously be a good idea to have? I just wonder if there was one planned for it or maybe in the future could one be built? Thank you.
Neil.
Thank you for your question. That's an excellent question. It's not specified in the plans, but obviously there is scope and space, and you would expect this would be an excellent use of the space. But yeah, it's not specifically outlined or specified in the plan as it stands. But yeah, there would certainly appear to be scope for that. But that would be subject to another planning application, presumably.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slater.
Thank you, yes. Yes, it would be good to have a facility like that. I think it would be good to bring more people to bring their boats there as well, and it would be a good thing for the area. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Slater. Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a couple of fairly minor points in what's a substantial and significant application. It's on page 24, 1.8. It makes reference to approximately 14 commercial berths. Firstly, the word approximately sort of raises questions as to what does that mean. Is it because of the size of the ships and such like our boats, and what are commercial berths as opposed to the domestic ones? And secondly, on page 26, about 2/3 of the way down the reclaimed land car park, it says it remains unclear who is to be responsible for the management and maintenance of the car park. and it goes into some detail as to what the car park will look like and such like, and obviously the concerns that might be raised. Has that been clarified, and can we sort of do anything about making sure that that is part of the stipulation in the decision if we choose to support? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Neil, please.
Yeah, excellent questions, member. Thank you. Yeah, the word approximate, I assume that would, as you've alluded to, relates to commercial vessels can be of various sizes. So, yeah, depending on the size of the vessels, how many you could berth would vary. In relation to the reclaimed area, that whole part of the site will be subject to a phasing agreement, and all that phasing agreement, which is in the conditions, would require all details of that reclaimed area to be made clear. So that would include the materials and the nature of the construction to satisfy SEPA, all the details of parking and the use of and the community use, which has been proposed as well. These would all form part of details that would have to be agreed with the relevant consultees and with the authority as well.
Thanks for that, Neil, and thanks, Councillor McFarlane. If there are no, Councillor John Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Neil, for your presentation. You mentioned about the coastal walkway path, number 544, which runs through the promenade. I'm not sure if this will be affected, but if it is affected, I take it there'll be an alternative route for walkers during the time of construction.
Neil, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, any redirection of core paths or any rights of way are required to be accompanied by full notices and suitable diversions. Bearing in mind as well the safety of pedestrians and walkers and any users of those rights of way. So yeah, that would form an important part of any construction works. So there is a construction method statement that would have to set out how the applicant intends to action and any such diversions. And I would allude again to the longer term benefits of this core path being the marina could potentially become a major stopping point for that core path in the future, and potentially a destination in its own right.
Thanks very much, Neil. Thanks, Councillor Campbell. I don't see any other questions for our case officer. So move on to our registered speakers. First speaker today is Simon Shillington from Fairhurst Group LLP, who's the agent, and he's in person. Simon, you or your colleague collectively will have 5 minutes to make a presentation. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to draw a presentation to conclusion, and if you'd be kind enough to wait in case any members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So whenever you're ready, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be acceptable just to provide one clarification on one of the questions that was raised there about the workshop facility? There is a workshop facility within the proposals.
Yes, of course, unless you want to wait, and that question can be asked after that. It's entirely up to
Okay.
you.
Well, what is in my mind, so a workshop facility is proposed as part of the development in the boatyard that's currently being constructed as part of the SWSA near the Marine Lake car park. It's intended to be a flexible space. Initially, when the marina comes into operation, it will likely be maintenance activities undertaken by contractors coming into the area, but there's a desire to develop a workforce in Stranraer, so it allows that space to be divided up into separate workshops in the future as an employment opportunity. So apologies, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
Take that opportunity. So yes, thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak to the committee. Fairhurst are acting as agent on behalf of the applicant in relation to the planning application. I would just quickly highlight that the application is proceeding in parallel with the marine licence application, which is currently with the Marine Directorate, which covers all the activities below the mean high water springs. That's currently out of consultation with a single EIA covering both applications. So hopefully that instills consistency between the two processes. The EIA process has been comprehensive, and we've sought to embed, we've sought to include embedded mitigation and additional mitigation to alleviate the environmental effects. It's pleasing that the planning application has had no objections from statutory consultees, and the representations by SEPRA and NatureScot particularly and other key parties largely mirror what we describe in the EIA, and so we are in agreement. Mr. Simpson introduced some proposed amendments to the conditions that are in the committee report, and I just want to take the opportunity to clarify the three main drivers behind those. One of the conditions related to the public car parking areas. These waterfront car parking areas in Stranraer are used for a number of community purposes at the moment, including the very successful Oyster Festival. So the amendment that we requested to the draft condition was to allow management of these car parking facilities by the council, including for such future events, so that it wasn't solely for car parking. Mr. Simpson touched on construction phasing, and I'll perhaps step to the front end of that. The phasing is very reliant on the commencement of work on the south and the west quay walls, and this is absolutely critical to meeting the business plan dates that support the Borderlands grant process for proceeding with the development. These are council assets which require attention without any development proceedings. So until these walls are replaced as part of the proposed development, no other construction activities can progress. So we're keen to make sure that that element can proceed without some of these pre-commencement conditions for other elements of the development. So that's the driver for that. So yes, so for this reason, we request allowance for a phased approach to discharge the pre-commencement planning conditions so that the right work can be done at the right time without delay or risk while achieving the objectives of the conditions. The third driver on the archaeological matters, which I don't think is one of significance, but at least to present it to you, the EIA for the development included an assessment of known heritage assets within the boundary itself. One that is affected is the 19th century South Quay Wall, and there's an EIA mitigation commitment to survey and record this wall before new works commence to construct a new wall in front of it. So we've requested an amendment to the draft condition to provide a proportionate and workable approach for this limited archaeological survey work, and the condition suggested is one that's been used by this council previously. And it provides access to the council archaeologists, and there are separate commitments within the EIA to provide a protocol for unforeseen archaeological discoveries, as you'd expect. So yes, I'll not repeat what Mr. Simpson described, but the overarching, yes, condition 4 amendment is to allow the council to have some control over these car parking for public events. The proposed amendments to conditions 5, 10, 11 and 12 are just to insert the words for that phase, so that we have a phased approach to these commencement conditions. And yes, condition 8 is the one that responds to the proportionate archaeological measures. And if the committee proceeds to approve the consent, we'd request that these settled amendments be accepted to support the critical nature of the construction phasing while achieving the objectives of the conditions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Simon, and thanks for being brief. Do any members have any questions for Simon as the agent for this project? Councillor Barretti, Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. I noticed that I don't see anywhere in the report or detail about dark sky lighting, because it does say you've got lighting, but exactly what you're doing. Dark sky lighting.
It's a mechanism to try and protect observatories to view the sky, but I would imagine in the middle of Stranraer, it might be difficult to manage lighting, but that is the question.
We are actually governed by the Harbours Authority on the type of lighting that we have to install on harbours. We have also spoken to our street lighting department as well, just to ensure that we're trying to comply with all. So, but we are governed by the Harbours Authority we have specific lighting levels that we must achieve.
Thank you, and street lighting is normally managed in a very sensitive way now, recognising a light pollution in an upward direction. So thanks for that response. You content with that, Councillor Barretti? Okay. go very lightly today. Thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation, and you can resume your seats. Members, we're in session. Councillor John Campbell and Councillor Archie Dryborough.
Happy to support this application, Chair.
Councillor Archie Dryborough, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the application with the amendments that have been mentioned throughout the presentation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryborough. If there are no other or alternative opinions, this application has been approved. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Chair, members have approved the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report with the amendments to conditions 4, 5, 8, 10, 11 and 12, which we will detail in the minute for public and members' use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you, folks. Move on to agenda item number 5, an application for the erection of restaurant with drive-through and takeaway facilities, Class 3-sui generis, formation of outdoor seating area, access, car parking, service yard and landscaping and associated works at former Loch Ryan Hotel, Cairn Ryan, Stranraer, reference number 25-2020-58-full or 2058-full. It's a local application, 3 minutes, and reports being presented by David Herton. David, when you give your report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up first. I would like to start off with a couple of housekeeping matters on this application, specifically since the publication of the report. So I would like to draw members' attention to page 54, paragraph 2.8, which refers to the consultation response of Environmental Health. You will note that we have consulted with them, and following the receipt of an odour report, we requested a further response. The intention was to report any further response to this committee. However, no further response has been received. Notwithstanding that, the odour report and indeed the ventilation system proposed to this proposed restaurant are identical to the previously withdrawn application, to which Environmental Health had no objections. Moving on to paragraph 2.10 or 2.10 if you prefer, which refers to the consultation response from Cairn Ryan Community Council. It's important to note that at the time of preparing this report, we became aware that the Community Council had been disestablished. However, notwithstanding the comments that they've made and taking into account that other representatives objecting to this application have made similar points to them, the disestablishment of the Community Council does not change the route of determination for this application. It still requires to be heard by Planning Committee due to the numbers of objections. And on page 55 of your papers, under representations, we have also become aware of representations received that have perhaps been submitted erroneously or fraudulently. And that is that when we have published the papers and sent the papers out, 2 parties have come forward and said these comments are not theirs and wish them to be stricken from the records. So in that regard, the number of objections is reduced by 1 from 22 to 21, and the number of supporters is reduced by 1 from 297 to 296. And that concludes my housekeeping matters in respect of the report handling. Moving on to the presentation itself, as you have already identified, Chair, the application is for the erection of a restaurant with drive-through and takeaway facilities, Class 3 sui generis, the formation of an outdoor seating area, access, car parking, service yard and landscaping, and other associated works at the former Loch Ryan Hotel in Cairn Ryan. What we have before us now is the current location plan. So you can see in the centre of your screen is the site of the current hotel, which is understood to be derelict, has been for a significant period of time. To give you an idea of surrounding development, to the east you've got Cairnryan Heights Holiday Park, and to the west you have the entrance to P&O Ferry Terminal with Loch Ryan beyond, and to the north you have some residential properties. This is just the existing site plan, so it's really just the location plan. Zoomed in a little further, again you can see clearly the footprint of the current derelict hotel. Moving on to proposed site plan, this gives an indication of the layout as proposed for this site. So you can see that the proposed restaurant building would be located towards the northern end of the application site, with access and parking to the south. There are 2 existing access points into this site at present. These are both to be closed up, with a new access to be formed into the site as indicated. A significant number of spaces is proposed here, 37 in total. So that's 31 general needs spaces, 2 accessible parking spaces, 2 electric vehicle spaces, including 1 which will be accessible, and 2 grill bays, which you can see to the east of the building as you sort of drive round or drive through, if you like. Moving on to the elevations of the building, what we have is a fairly typical building for this type of restaurant or for this operator. So it's a flat roof design, various roof levels, no taller than 6 metres at any point in time. In terms of finishes, it's a combination of cladding and brick of various colours. Like I say, it's fairly typical of this organisation. Moving on to the floor plan. So what you can see at the right-hand side of this floor plan is the customer area. So this is where you would come into the restaurant should you wish to sit or indeed take away but not use the drive-through facility. This is located at the southern end of the building, whereas to the sort of the northern end of the building, which is the left-hand side of your screen, this is where all the kitchens are, the stores, some staff areas, and this is also where the drive-through drives round. Moving on to the photographs now. This photograph here is taken from the entrance to the P&O terminal towards the site. You can see certainly in the background you have the existing hotel, which itself comprises of a fairly centrally located traditional villa with unsympathetic 2-storey flat roof extensions. This perhaps shows better the unsympathetic extensions that you have to the hotel as it exists. This photo is taken from the southwest, looking back towards the hotel. You can see centrally located in the photograph there, one of the entrance points that is to be closed up. In fact, I'll go back the way 2 slides to show you the other entrance that is to be closed up, which is sort of just adjacent to where you see the van going into Cairnryan Heights Caravan Park. And this is another view from the south towards the site. This is showing the existing dedicated right turn lane off of the A77 trunk road. What you can see is there is an island of sorts for crossing the road for pedestrians, and you can also see there is a vehicular access there which serves a domestic property to the south of the application site. The proposed access is located some 6-7 metres north of that access. The key issues in this application that need to be considered is as follows. There are no objections from any statutory consultees as this application goes. However, the location of the proposed development is remote from the main population centre of Stranraer. It does not meet the requirements of local living in 20-minute neighbourhoods. The proposals are over-reliant on the use of private transport owing to its location, remote from the main population centre. there is potential for significant impact on the free flow of traffic in the locale, especially around ferry times, and that is notwithstanding the comments of Transport Scotland, who are a statutory consultee on this application. And it is on these grounds that the application is recommended for refusal. I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thanks very much, David. Before I go to questions from members, you anything to add, Mr. Sutty, to this? Are you quite content with David's presentation?
Yes, maybe the only thing just for clarification, maybe putting on record, the two representations which have been challenged and disputed as to whether or not they're valid. On page 71, there's an objection for 4A Tollgate Road, Great Yarmouth, Norfolk. So that's to be struck. And similarly, page 75 is Ashling House, Colfin, Stranraer as a letter of support. That, again, the party has said that they are not the person who submitted it.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sutty. So thanks again for the presentation, David. Questions from members on David's presentation? Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could there be a conflict of interest here? Because obviously they want people to go to Stranraer, and if they can just stop at that point, that could probably reduce the amount of people actually going into Stranraer. And also, as driving, sometimes, yes, coming from Stranraer, there's large amounts of vehicles at a time, but if some of them have to stop, that could probably split up the amount of, what do you call it, the congestion that vehicles actually make on the way back from Stranraer to the motorway. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I take that the roads that would have dealt with that, but can you reply, please?
Through you, Chair. Yes, thank you for your comments there. In terms of levels of traffic and opportunities to, for that traffic to perhaps be alleviated, yes, they've proposed a priority lane to get into the restaurant if you're coming from the south. However, in terms of the sort of ferry traffic, if you like, you'll know yourself that there are increased levels of traffic in and around ferry times, and sometimes the traffic flows freely and sometimes it does not. I think that to introduce a restaurant such as this in an area where you have these peaks and troughs could cause difficulties for the road network to accommodate all of that, especially when you have a priority lane from the south. There's an assumption made that that lane and that the car park and the drive round of the restaurant would be able to accommodate the traffic that is anticipated. However, I think that this application, the basis that the application has been applied for is that this is to capture ferry traffic. I think that the application does not perhaps recognise the amount of additional trips or new trips that are going to arise as a result of placing this development here, given that this would become the nearest McDonald's restaurant to a vast population who at present travel 74 kilometres to Ayr or 120 kilometres to Dumfries to have this same, the food that this establishment provides. So I think that, yes, I appreciate that there is the issues with, or certainly the transport assessment suggests that there won't be issues with the free flow of traffic. But Transport Scotland, in their consultation response, did not have any data to dispute that, and it is on that basis that they did not object. Transport Scotland's non-objection to this application should not be construed as support for this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Slater.
Yes,
David, we're having conversations on this.
Okay, well, the word anticipated, it came up a number of times there, but anticipating something, it's not actually it's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slater. I have Councillor Drysdale followed by Councillor Dryborough. Pauline Drysdale, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, David, for the presentation. Just a couple of questions, if that's acceptable. Could you possibly go back to the layout drawing for me just for 1 second, please? If that's possible.
Which drawing, Councillor Drysdale?
There's light site layout. Yeah, that one.
Super.
So thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, David. So am I right in saying that opposite the site is a house, but behind the site on the same side, David, is the village or the village of Cairnryan? Is that right?
David?
Yes. There is a house to the south, yes, and
that's right.
the main village is to the north of the site, yes.
Understood. That's helpful. Thank you. David, at any point did yourself and the McDonald's team talk about accessibility with regards to MPF Policy 15 from Cairnryan Village to the site? Does that mean that they would have to access the site? Looking at the plans, I think they'd have to go onto the main trunk road and access it where the cars come in and out if they did want to wheel or walk. Was there any consideration or discussions about accessibility from Cairnryan itself? I should have Googled this, but I'm not sure of the population of Cairnryan itself. But it was just to talk about accessibility from that small village and from the caravan park rather than them having to use the main entrance. That was really my main question. Thanks very much.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of accessibility from the main village, in terms of local living and 20-minute neighbourhoods, approximately half of the village of Cairnryan, which has an approximate population of 140 people, would be within 10 minutes walking distance of this restaurant. In terms of whether or not there is a dedicated pedestrian access, as opposed to having a shared access with vehicles, I would have to refer you to the applicant's agent, who I believe is in the room today, to answer that question. However, I don't anticipate that there would be any concerns in terms of how a pedestrian accesses the restaurant and whether or not it's separate from the vehicular access or not. I'm sure the access is available should they wish to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I'll come back to you when the applicant's agent is speaking or representing their case. Councillor Dryborough, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And it's at page 69 on conclusion at 4.39. During the assessment of the application, the applicant has provided a significant amount of support and additional information to address the issues raised by various consultees, such that they now raise no objections subject to conditions. So the question is, how many had actually objected and have now had the reasons to support subject to conditions?
That might be another question for the agent, but David.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of objections from consultees, with the previous application, the only issues that remained at the time to be ironed out were in relation to parking within the site. With the previous application, the Council's own road service had recommended refusal on the basis that insufficient parking was available. That has been addressed as part of this application, so there are no objections from any of the statutory consultees at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Driver. I thought you were talking about objectors in general, so I'm sorry about that. Councillor Andy McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, David, for your presentation. On page 53, it talks about deliveries and some of the problems that might cause. Is there something that the applicant could do in order to manage that? Because it was talking about coinciding with arrival of ferries and such like. On page 56, again, it talks about HGV parking and the fact that there's no facility for it there. And again, has the applicant made any comments in relation to that? Because clearly, with the number of HGVs that are going through the port terminals, then there's a potential for them to stop and do that and create issues, as has been identified with some of the objectors. And lastly, on page 57, it was talking about potential issues for people at Claddyburn Terrace due to staff being prohibited from parking there. So again, has the applicant made any sort of comment in relation to how they would counter that? Thank you.
David, please.
Thank you, Councillor. In respect of deliveries, it has been noted within the planning statement that deliveries would be 2 to 3 times a week. At most, they would be for a couple of hours at a time, at most, and would make use of several spaces within the car park. Now, in terms of the times that these are going to occur at, that is something that perhaps the applicant's agent would be able to clarify, but I would imagine they would target times that don't correspond with ferry traffic. In terms of HGV parking, yes, this is a concern. There is no parking allocated for HGVs within the site itself. So the concern is that there would be indiscriminate parking along the trunk road. Now, Transport Scotland, in their consultation response, have suggested a condition in respect of a traffic regulation order for double yellow lines. Now, this would require to be promoted successfully and implemented in order for these parking restrictions to take effect. But this is a process that is open to objections. It's open to consultation with Police Scotland, and if objections remain unresolved, it's not implementable. And regarding issues of parking on Claddyburn Terrace as a result of staff not being allowed to park within the main car park at the restaurant, again, nothing has been said of this within the planning statement per se. There is encouragement that staff travelling to this facility will car share. Whether or not that is the reality, it's difficult to say. So again, that might be a question that's better directed to the applicant's agent. Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if you, again, are the correct person to ask, but is it a condition that we would be able to impose that they did provide sufficient parking for staff so that it wouldn't impact on local residents? Thanks.
I think it would be in our gift to introduce any condition we want, but we would take advice from planning officers at that juncture. And I'll come back to you on that as well, Councillor McFarlane. Any other questions for our case officer? In that case, we'll move on to our registered speakers on this agenda item. Our first is Tracy Davidson, a supporter who is joining us on Microsoft Teams. Hi, Tracy. I'm sure you'll have heard the arrangements, but you'll be allowed 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members of the committee have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So whenever you're ready, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring your presentation to a conclusion. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. McDonald's are going to invest £4 million in an area that's actually dying on its feet at the moment, and they're going to create 120 plus jobs. They're going to pay much needed rates into the council, as well as going to remove a total eyesore of a derelict building off the street scene and replace it with a modern state-of-the-art building. They're going to provide a food outlet for the many ferry passengers and locals, and at present, nothing. Much has been made of emissions, which I find incredible, as we're right beside a working ferry port. They're actually going to reduce emissions, as locals at present are travelling regularly to Ayr and Dumfries to go to McDonald's on the dangerous A75 and A77. There are no objections from any statutory consultees. There was 22 in total, although it's been changed today. 10 from down as far down the south of England as you can get, probably don't even know where Cairnryan is, and 6 from the village, and a few others. Out of the millions of visitors passing through the village and ports, this might be the only thing they remember of Dumfries and Galloway. A derelict building, no way for food, before heading straight onto the A75 and the A77. Now, does Dumfries and Galloway Council think this is the impression we really want to create? I don't think so. At present, Dumfries and Galloway Council are begging people on a daily basis on Facebook to move to the area. We need to start with investment and jobs, as investment will attract more investment. So do the right thing, the same as was done in Dumfries McDonald's application and approved today, and give the people from the West region a bit of hope. I'd also like to add that the proposal can be policy compatible when assessed under Transport Corridor and Infrastructure Support Principles within NPF 4, rather than being treated solely as car-dependent out-of-centre retail. I support a flexible policy interpretation in this specific location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tracy, and again, thanks for being brief. Do any members have any questions for Tracy? Doesn't appear so, Tracy. So thanks very much for being present today. Oh, I have Councillor McFarlane. Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Thanks for your input. How close to the site do you reside? Would it impact on you, and are you aware of sort of local issues that may be affected by this? Thanks.
Thank you. As you can see from the objections, I live in Claddyburn Terrace. There's not one single objection from Claddyburn Terrace, not one. I've lived here for 64 years and I'm very, very aware of what goes on in this village. Now, it's a main transport corridor. It's got national importance, and to go about turning things like this down, it's absolute madness. So there's no objections from Claddyburn Terrace whatsoever. And as for a question earlier on that was asked about the footpath, there's a footpath right to where McDonald's are going to be, and it's accessible by a footpath. And I would also add that Transport Scotland have it in the pipeline for a cycle path and footpath all the way from Stranraer to Cairnryan. This is in the pipeline, and I know this for a fact. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks from Councillor McFarlane to acknowledge that. Thank you, Tracy. There are no other questions for Tracy, so again, thank you very much for being present today, Tracy, and thanks for your presentation. We now move on to the next speaker, Julie Curry, who is an elected member of Dumfries and Galloway Council. Julie, this might be your first time presenting to the Planning Applications Committee, so procedurally, you will have 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you of 30 seconds to go to bring your presentation to a conclusion. I'll ask you to wait in case members have any questions for you, and then as a councillor you're obliged to leave the meeting and no remain for the remainder of the deliberation of that particular agenda item. So whenever you're ready, Julie, just take your time. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Chair, for that welcome, and thank you for allowing me to attend to offer my support to the application submitted by McDonald's Restaurant Limited on the site of the former Locrine Hotel in Cairnryan. My attendance is based on numerous emails, telephone contact and face-to-face discussion with many residents from across Ward 1 and actually beyond across Dumfries and Galloway. I've attempted to summarise what the main content is in the next 3 minutes. Been alluded to already, the Locrine Hotel has not been a functioning business since at least 2016, and during this time the building and surrounding area has become a blight on the landscape and has subsequently fell into disrepair and became an eyesore. As we know, Cairnryan hosts 2 very large active ports, and due to this building can be viewed as the gateway to the Rins of Galloway and beyond. McDonald's investment would provide a vibrant, we are open for business in this area signal. Recently, this area has been hit with significant job losses and uncertainty around other jobs, to name but a few: the factory shop, Alliance in Leicester, Lactalis Creamery, and the potential concerns round about what was WH Smith, and most recently this week, Cars Billington is potentially losing 4 retail jobs. By supporting this application, there is a real opportunity to bring much needed employment to this rural area. We are also aware that depopulation is a real issue for Dumfries and Galloway, and more so this end of the region. We do have more older people moving here and significant numbers of young people moving away. There is a gap on what is available for young people to do, and we do have young people, as been touched on a few times, regularly travelling the A77 and A75 to visit McDonald's. As parents and local people, we are worried about the safety of our young people do this, and we would really appreciate the opportunity to keep these young people local. New job opportunities would be a huge boost to young people and offer real opportunities to all the population locally, and to add, McDonald's supports regeneration of agriculture and sustainability and is working towards net zero, and is at present reducing overall carbon emissions throughout the supply chain and supports 100% British and Irish farming. So in summary, this application will provide clearer economic benefits, increased job opportunities for all ages, portray an area that is progressive and open for business, and this is a massive inward investment which doesn't come round too often, and would also help us reduce unnecessarily unsafe travel on what is already too busy roads. The Cairnryan is unique in its presentation.
To go.
Okay, Cairnryan, as we know, is unique in its presentation because of the two ports, but we've heard clearly from the majority of people that are supporting it, and this would enhance travellers' expectations of the area as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Julie, and thanks for being so concise. Do any members have any questions for our colleague elected member, Julie?
Yeah, can I ask for a point of clarification, please? Because our elected members no meant to leave after they do their presentation.
Well, you're absolutely right, aye. But I thought we had the opportunity to ask them questions, and then they leave.
No, it was my understanding
but anyway,
that the presentation...
I don't think there are any questions anyway, Archie, so that's fine. Julie, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you and goodbye. Thanks.
My mistake, I think. So now our next registered speaker is Rachel Affleck, the agent. So I see a number of colleagues with you, Rachel. So collectively, you have 3 minutes. I know that Councillor Drysdale and Councillor McFarlane have questions for you, so they'll address them at this juncture. So you have 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. And if members have questions for you, I'd be grateful if you'd remain just for that period of time. So whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee. My name is Rachel Affleck, a senior planner from Lichfields representing the applicant. We are disappointed with the recommendation of officers to refuse the application, which is based on 2 main reasons. The first relates to concerns regarding local living. The site is directly adjacent to the Cairnryan ferry port, which is one of the main reasons the site was selected. The proposals will address the lack of food and drink provision for ferry travellers and will utilise existing journeys being made to the area for onward travel. The site also lends itself well to development and is located within Cairnryan, close to the existing community there, as well as other existing facilities such as Cairnryan Holiday Park. Not only will the development enhance local living by providing a new employment facility, it will also greatly improve the visual appearance of the local area. The site is brownfield and houses the former Loch Ryan Hotel, which has been derelict for 10 years and negatively impacts the appearance of Cairnryan. This is not only a concern for the local context, but is also the first impression of Scotland for many passengers arriving via the ferry terminal. The proposals will bring the land back into productive use with a well-designed and energy-efficient restaurant, which will bring with it a range of social and economic benefits. In addition to the site's location within Cairnryan, which is accessible by walking or cycling, it is also located adjacent to the A77 transport corridor and is on a designated bus route. It is therefore accessible to other local communities, including Stranraer. The proposals will bring a range of socio-economic benefits for the area, including the creation of up to 120 new local jobs within the restaurant, as well as over 200 direct and indirect jobs during construction. The development will also generate around £60,000 in business rates per year for the council to help fund key local services. The second reason for refusal relates to concerns regarding greenhouse gas emissions. The submitted transport assessment demonstrates that over 80% of customers travelling by car will already be on the local road network. The proposals are unlikely to generate a significant number of new trips and will instead serve the motorists already on the road network, such as those visiting the ferry terminal. The addition of a new restaurant in Cairryan will also reduce distances that many local residents currently travel to reach the nearest McDonald's restaurant. The proposals will serve the local community who currently have limited access to facilities of this kind. By providing a new local restaurant, this will reduce the need for these longer journeys, reducing emissions. In summary, it is important that decisions are based on the individual circumstances of the case and consideration is given to the full range of policies in the development plan. We believe that the proposals present a strong planning. Thank you. We believe that the proposals present a strong planning case with tangible benefits for the local community. All technical issues have been addressed and there are no outstanding statutory objections from consultees. We would encourage you to consider the economic and social benefits of the proposal, as well as the strong community support, and approve this application. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions.
Again, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for being brief. So, Councillor Drysdale, first you had a question to David that you might want to pose to either Rachel or her colleagues.
I do. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Rachel, for your presentation. I have got a few questions, if I'm allowed to indulge in them, please. There's obviously quite a lot of policies in NPF4 with regards to locked-in carbon. You mentioned the energy efficient issues that you've been looking at with regards to the design and style of the restaurant. If you could talk us through that, please, I'd be most grateful. And I wanted to talk to you as well. What are McDonald's policies with regards to working with Transport Scotland on cycle paths? We see a huge movement towards people being more healthy, and we need to ensure accessibility is maintained. At the moment, my understanding is that people, if they did want to cycle or wheel, would have to use the main road itself. So it was just to ask if there was a policy going forward for this particular site, if indeed it did go through today, which is obviously up for debate. And lastly, with regards to staff travel, do you have any plans, Rachel, as to how that could be managed in terms of busing people in and out for different shifts? Because that would save a lot on the transport and parking queries that are obviously up for debate. And again, with regards to and my last question, sorry, there's 4, apologies, I'm asking so many questions. What would be the plans with regards to HGVs? Do you have any sort of forward thinking with regards to that, or is that something that's out with your control? Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you for your questions. I'll just go through them one by one. I think the first question was in relation to energy efficiency of the building. So the restaurant building itself, for that, air source heat pumps are proposed to be used for the development, and also solar panels will be included on the roof to reduce the overall carbon emissions. I think this will reduce it by about 24% compared to the notional building. And then that means that a 23% saving contribution due to LZC or low zero carbon technologies is achieved for the building, which exceeds the target that's stated in the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan. So hopefully that answers question 1. I think question 2, I'll pass over to Andrew Mosley, who's sitting beside me. He is part of Andrew Mosley Associates, who's McDonald's transport consultant.
Thanks, Councillor and Chair. Just to answer your questions directly, I think I've got enough notes from them, but do clarify if I'm not answering the question directly that you're asking me. In relation to, I think it's been made very clear that the statutory consultees of Transport Scotland and local roads have no objection to the scheme. And that has been developed through extensive reconsultation following the withdrawal of the original application to satisfy those statutory consultees. So in relation to the cycle path, the site itself is within a reasonable walking distance of Cairnryan and arguably some other local areas. There is a standard measurement of around 5 kilometres for a capable cyclist. The main settlements are just outside of that area, but people that are competent to be cycling that distance are within that sort of national catchment that is accepted. In relation to the specific cycle path provision from Transport Scotland, that isn't something that's been raised as part of the application process that we've been discussing, nor has any query been raised by Transport Scotland in terms of that provision. So that isn't something that has been specifically considered in this application. Your third question, but second question from a highways perspective and roads was to do with staff travel. So a travel plan has been submitted in the application pack to support the transport assessment. That seeks to implement sustainable modes of travel. It is accepted that the scheme and the site is in a semi-rural location, albeit associated to the port. So there is an acceptance that there will be private car trips coming to and from site. Now, the parking provision on site is provided to accommodate the level of staff requirements that will be there, and it's also important to bear in mind the mix of staff that will be there, including ages and levels of income. We do see a high proportion of car sharing among other McDonald's sites where they're slightly more remote than typical concentrated urban areas. So within the travel plan, there are a number of measures which seek to push people towards sustainable modes of transport, and there would be an active car sharing scheme. I think that would be the predominant one that would be set here for people to either car share or car clubs to be formed within the business. There's also a general pattern of McDonald's and other drive-through or restaurant type developments for people that are probably in their more teenage years, the sort of 16 to 19 bracket, where there is an acceptance that parents will be taking people to work now and again and making those drop-offs as well. But just to be clear, from a staff travel point of view, there is a travel plan that will be implemented for a minimum of 5 years, and there are a number of commitments and targets to have modal shift from cars towards more sustainable modes of transport there. I think I'm hopefully understanding the fourth question that you had raised in relation to HGVs. It is twofold. There's one to do with servicing of the site, which I can cover, or you may be more asking me questions around the issue of HGVs potentially parking on the A77 to access the site. I can either cover both or one of your questions if you're happy to clarify.
Are you satisfied with that response, Councillor Drysdale?
Yes, that's great. If the gentleman could clarify both, that would be most helpful for members, I think. Thank you very much.
Sure, so I thought that would be the case. I just didn't want to go into it. So firstly, the planning officer has raised that Transport Scotland has sought a suitable condition for what we call a traffic regulation order, also known as yellow lines effectively, and we are proposing yellow lines as part of the scheme. I appreciate these are numbers that might not mean a lot, but 265 metres north of the site access, that takes you to the lay-by just to the south of the village, and they're also 130 metres south of the site access down towards the port access. The planning officer is correct as well that does sit outside of the planning process. It is a legal process that has to be gone through post-planning determination, but that isn't an unusual situation where yellow lines are required by a site. So we're confident that if that is a condition, that would be obviously a condition of the delivery and something that we'd ordinarily do as part of any other scheme. So the distance that these yellow lines are proposed, we believe, would deter HGV drivers from effectively parking on street. They would be parking on double yellow lines. There's also physical islands in the road, so in terms of the highway code, they would effectively be blocking the road, and if that was the case. And we believe the yellow lines, as well as the statutory consultees of Transport Scotland and Roads, are in support of those proposals. There was some interesting...
I think there's a risk here you're continuing with a presentation now. A quick response would be useful.
Absolutely fine, sorry. In terms of servicing of the site, McDonald's has a sole supplier of servicing, Martin Brower, and there's a number of different vehicles that can be used. This site itself will have a small articulated vehicle. It's a 13.6 metre vehicle that would effectively deliver 2 to 3 times a week. Clearly, it would be done from an operational point of view from McDonald's. It would be undertaken outside of peak periods, avoiding the ferry peaks and just general peaks of use on site. There's tracking drawings shown of how that would be undertaken on site, and it's no dissimilar from other drive-through sites across the country.
Thank you very much. Councillor McFarlane, Andy McFarlane, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think my earlier questions have actually been responded to, and the response has been provided. What I would ask, though, is and probably more of a statement than a question, is that WL lines are only effective if they're enforced. But what would the company and the applicant do to deter HGV drivers parking up on the road to sort of cause the issues that they might do? Because clearly once applications, if an application is approved, the company will, I would guess, abrogate all responsibility for all those issues and say it's down to the council and police to sort that. Thanks.
You're quite right, and I think it's normally incumbent on the organisation only to manage the area of land or structures in their ownership or responsibility. But if there are no other questions for the applicant's agent, Councillor Barretti, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Rachel, a lot's been made about the potential impact on jobs, and you're calculating it on traffic either coming to the restaurant or to the site or from the ferry. Normally, with a ferry of that type, they usually have eating facilities on the ferry. So how confident are you that there will be ferry users who will stop at the site? And do you have an analogous, for instance, example from somewhere else in the country where you've got similar situation?
Thank you for your question. I think the proposals are just seeking to provide new facilities in the area. As already stated, there's not many facilities or services in this area, so it's just to provide further options for people travelling to the ferry terminal. Abby McGrath is from McDonald's sitting next to me, who can provide a bit more detail on the types of jobs, if you want more detail on that.
Thank you, Councillor Ray.
Yeah, please.
So just to clarify, Councillor, you want clarification on the types of jobs and the range of jobs in the restaurant, is that correct?
No, because what I'm asking is that you must have many sites in similar circumstances where you've got them close to transport hubs, such as ports. So do you have data that says, well, we've done this and this is what's happened?
Apologies, yes, I understand now. So when we pick sites for new restaurants, there is an evaluation process that our planning and acquisitions team will go through to ensure that there is enough footfall to help support the restaurant in the local area. It's not a process that I have visibility over, so I don't have any numbers in front of me, but it's part of the reason why we brought this forward, is that the company is confident that there will be enough visitors to the restaurant to help sustain it in the long run.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Barretti.
Oh, sorry, that is okay, sorry. Just in terms of the numbers, generally in Scotland, for drive-through type developments, 75% of traffic is accepted to be pass-by traffic. So people going into the site and continuing on their journey. There's a higher concentration on this site because of the port that vehicles will be there because they're choosing coming off the ferry or going onto the ferry to use the McDonald's. That is why the number is slightly higher than the 75% generally accepted as pass-by traffic.
Thanks very much. If there are no other questions for the applicant's agent, thank you very much for coming forward, folks. We're now in session, members. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Having recently passed the site, it is a bit of an eyesore, and I can understand some of the comments. And I am mindful to support this, despite my apprehension in relation to the vehicle use and such like. But yes, I would like to support this if I can get a seconder. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair, sorry.
I've got Councillor Dryburgh, Councillor Slater, and then you, Councillor Drysdale, so I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Is it a point of order? Sorry, I thought you were wanting...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Chair, I'm sorry. Are we not always instructed and trained that we can't actually discuss whether we wish to approve or decline the application once we're in session? Are we actually in session? Sorry, did I miss that? I apologise if it's my mistake.
You missed that, yes. We're in session, Councillor Drysdale.
Me. Sorry, Councillor.
And Councillor McFarlane has indicated that he would like to support this proposal and he's looking for a seconder. And in sequence, I've got Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Slater, and then you, if you want to come back and just up your,
thank you.
your
Sorry,
hand
Chair.
if you do.
Sorry, Councillor McFarlane. Apologies.
Councillor Dryborough.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I've read this one quite a bit, and you know, during the discussions here, we had heard that McDonald's and their agents had actually helped a lot with providing significant amount of support and additional information to address the issues that were raised by the planning officer. So I would happy to help Councillor McFarlane, and I would have to have planning reasons for this, of course. So I would suggest as an exemption to policy for economical and infrastructure and social improvements, this planning application should be approved. In circumstances similar to that and the one at Killin, Dumfries, with the appropriate conditions applied from the organisation and you know the suggestions of the comments from the what are they called?
You're having a job, actually. We'll come back to you.
No, it's fine. I'm happy to support this for those particular reasons, and also put the suggestions from our organisational people.
Okay, I'm sure when we're finished, we can find a form of words that will establish exactly what you and Councillor McFarlane are looking to support. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've obviously read this well, and I must admit, today I would also support that because it's bringing in new business, it's bringing in a place where people can stop and eat. It's within close proximity to a village, and it also takes away an old building, which is probably an eyesore that when people get off the ferry, that's probably the first things they see. So yes, I would support that. It's bringing in, also bringing in rates for the area as well. And
I think we're fine, Councillor Slater. If you're supporting it, that's absolutely fine.
That's fine. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Yes, sorry, I was so busy writing earlier, I missed that. So sorry, Councillor McFarlane. I don't know whether I go as an amendment or support, but I have the following, either supporting my fellow councillors or I put it in as an amendment. I would see we support this development on NPF Policy 9, which is redevelopment of brownfield land and better use of previously used land and buildings. Policy 15, a 20-minute neighbourhood because it is so close to Kinryan in effect. And Policy 30 to promote tourism, benefit local communities. However, at a later date, I would like to suggest that we put in a number of conditions with regards to this planning application, because it's very clear from members of the community, both for and against, that we need some policies in place.
Before you go as far as that, Councillor Drysdale, I'm sure Councillor Dryborough will be happy with that, and Councillor McFarlane with that guidance or suggestion. But as far as conditions go, we will have a significant number that will have to be placed on by officers, and I'll ask either David or David Herton or David Sutty to tell us what they might be. There's also a complication that will arise if we are intent or intend to approve this today. And I'll ask Legal Services to provide us with that guidance. But anyway, first of all, at the moment, you're supporting it. So I'm now looking to see if there are any alternative proposals, because we have 4 members of the committee offering support for this application. So I'll just ask you to pause there, Councillor Drysdale, and I'll come back to you. So we have a proposal that we approve this application. It's proposed by Councillor McFarlane and seconded by Councillor Drysdale. Dryborough. Councillor Drysdale has suggested a number of policy elements that could be introduced as part of the proposal to approve. Councillor Dryborough?
Yeah, and as part of that little thing I said before, it would be useful to use the conditions that were used for the Dumfries one. I think it covers all of the things that we've mentioned during this debate. So I would suggest that the officers are to look at that and put the appropriate conditions in place.
Yes, but then we still have to find a proper phrase of words or proposal that meets with current planning policy. And then if we approve it, I'll get Mr. Sutty, we might just simply delegate to officers to apply the appropriate conditions. But first I'm looking to see...
I did say, Chair, as part of that, it would be an exemption to policy for economic and infrastructure and social benefit.
Okay, and do you want to add the policies that Councillor Drysdale suggested as well?
I'd be happy with that, but I mean, it's officers' jobs to come forward with those particular things. I'm happy to delegate to officers for that.
Fine, and I'll come to Mr. Sutty and I see Councillor Drysdale want to come back in again. But I'm keen first to see if there are any members that have an alternative view. If any member believes that there is enough evidence in this report to support the officer's recommendation. It would appear not, so it would appear as if the majority of members are minded to support this application. So there are a number of things to discuss. I'll now defer, and I'll come back to Councillor Drysdale, but now defer to Mr. Sutty, first of all, to guide members on whether or no that proposal fits with our policy. I'll ask him to refer to the conditions, and I'll ask both him and our legal representative, Laura, to explain one technicality that we still have to, will be required to overcome. So, Mr. Sutty first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps just a point of clarification first. It is for members of the committee, if they want to make an exception to the development plan and council policy, to articulate clearly what those grounds are. It's not for officers to go and provide that for members. I can tidy it up, but it's something that members have to put forward. I'm prepared to advise what relevant conditions would be. That's not a problem, but I'm not sure I've heard detailed justification for going against specific 2 reasons for refusal, why that doesn't apply, or is it just members are ignoring those policies, effectively saying it's an exception to policy by virtue of, and then I'm hearing words like economic, social, infrastructure, but can that please be articulated a little more clearly as to why, what these benefits would be that will override the concerns about the additional local living concerns and the amount of extra traffic that's likely to be generated?
So, Councillor Drysdale and then Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Sutty. I'm in agreement. I think we can say that we'll override the policies, but I have already stated that I would be suggesting that it's due to the fact that MPF 4 Policy 9, that this particular application is a redevelopment of a brownfield site and better use of previously used land and buildings. And Policy 15 fits in with the 20-minute neighbourhood with regards to Cairn Ryan, and Policy 30, whereby it promotes tourism and benefits local communities. So if that is strong enough, that would go in as an amendment, because those, I had stated those earlier. So I don't know, I would take your guidance, David, Mr. Sutty, and whether that's strong enough or not with regards to policy. But that's where I would be coming from. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Before I invite Mr. Sutty in, I'm going to go to Andy McFarlane. And before that, there's little point in putting an amendment if you and Councillor Dryborough can come to a consensus that says, and Councillor McFarlane, of course, because he's the proposer, that says that this are the, or these are the elements you want to introduce into a proposal that goes quite clearly against council policy. Councillor,
thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Dryborough and Councillor Drysdale for their comments as well. Councillor Dryburgh really, I think he articulated what it was I intended to say before I got my tongue tied right at the beginning. You know, having passed this site, it is a building that is in very poor state. It is not a site that is prime for development other than for what I believe what is proposed. I believe that the economic principles or the economic benefit of what is likely to be the outcome and the regenerative effect of having this property here would be beneficial to that area. So I would like to see this going forward, but if we can be guided by officers as to what it would take for us to actually get the right form of words in order to make sure that this is proportionate and upheld, then that would be grateful. Thank you.
And I think we've got policy suggestions from Councillor Drysdale, and the difficulty officers have, it's about the right development in the right place. You can't just have an old building knocked down and put something that's no appropriate, put it back in its place. But that's not what we're dealing with today. We're dealing with a proposal that seeks to approve this application using policies that have been outlined by an elected member. Mr. Suttie.
Thanks, Chair. If I'm picking up correctly in what members have said, I think the wording would be along the grounds as an exception to policy due to the benefits to the area by virtue of the redevelopment of a brownfield site, which is a derelict state at the moment. It would have an economic benefit by virtue of the employment. I'm not quite clear what the social benefit would be, but certainly if you've got those two elements, if you're saying that it's the regeneration of a brownfield site which has fallen to disrepair, dereliction, and it would provide an economic benefit as a result of the employment. I'm not sure if there's anything else that you really need in that. Probably the key thing is to run over are the conditions. I mean, given what happened with the Dumfries one, we were already anticipating something like this. So I would think the appropriate conditions would be the standard time condition, roads officers' recommended conditions in terms of parking and turning and visibility, the need for a construction transport management plan, service delivery and management plan, historic building record recording and landscaping. You've then got two problematic ones. If you look on page 68, paragraph 4.35, the survey that was undertaken indicated that there was a strong possibility of there being bats on the site, and further surveys are required to determine the status of the bats on site. So that is something which you cannot have a suspensive condition regarding European protected species. So in other words, what we would have to have is effectively a willingness to approve today, and that would have to be deferred effectively to go and await further studies being done, which cannot be done until bats come out of hibernation. So you're talking about the springtime, probably about May, before you're able to actually carry that survey out. So my advice is you couldn't approve it today. There's another issue, which is Transport Scotland have a recommended condition which we would have to adhere to, which relates to a TRO, a traffic regulation order, on the A77 in terms of double yellow lines for no parking. Now, this is unusual because you'll notice there's recommendations about TROs on an application further down the line on today's agenda, but that's one which the Council, as the Roads Authority, we promote it ourselves. Here you're talking about the Trunk Roads Authority, Transport Scotland, having to promote it. There is a right of objection to a TRO, so you would have a condition which, if the TRO wasn't successfully promoted for any reason by a third party, you would then have a condition attached to a permission that you couldn't actually implement. So that's a more problematic one. It might be worth taking legal advice from Laura on that, Chair.
I think that'd be helpful. Laura, can you just guide members on that particular item, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. What David said is absolutely correct. The relevant roads authority to be promoting the traffic regulation order would be Transport Scotland. Just to clarify, I'm aware the applicant had mentioned about a TRO, but it was maybe unclear to members. It's not the applicant who puts forward that TRO, it is the Roads Authority which does, which is not ourselves. And as Mr Sutty has said, there is the possibility of objections to it. And if those objections are made, then Transport Scotland would have to deal with them before making a decision as to whether or not to proceed with that road order. As David says, we don't normally attach conditions which are potentially unenforceable. So if matters are being taken away to look at the issue of bats, then I would suggest that members allow officers between planning and legal to also come up with wording, appropriate wording and advice on the question of such a suspensive condition.
Thanks very much for that guidance, Laura. I'm happy to come back, Councillor McFarlane. I think the only thing we've got to say was if it's intention to approve if your proposal now meets with the requirements to have a statement that fits the planning policy, then it would be an intent to approve subject to a BAT survey and subject to the TPO being implemented. It also gives the opportunity to then look at what conditions would be introduced, because it would have to come back to us. So, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question for Laura. The Roads Authority, they have to apply for it, but is it the same situation for a clearway? It being a trunk road, is if the Roads Authority is to apply to put a clearway in, which again has the same effect as the double yellow lines, is it the same process that they have to go through? Is there still the same opportunity for objection as opposed to just the basic double yellow lines? Thank you.
Thank you, through yourself, Chair. My understanding is that what would be promoted would be a traffic regulation order, and that would follow the same procedure, the local authorities' traffic regulation procedure as ourselves. It's the same, it's just the actual promoting body that would be different.
So we're in an interesting, unusual position. It would appear members are content to support the application, but it cannot be approved today. I'll ask Mr Sutty to articulate for us the grounds for the proposals to support the application, and then hopefully members will agree that this comes back to us for ratification. And within that next report that comes back will be the outcome of a BAT survey, information that a TPO has, TRO, traffic regulation order, has been implemented, and the conditions that the officers intend to impose would also appear in that committee paper, and that will come back at a future date. Are members content with that? And I'll just ask Mr Sutty if he's content with that, and Laura, our legal advisor as well. Mr Sutty.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I mean, I agree with everything you've said there, except the one thing, we would still have the suspensive condition about the TRO being promoted. What we're really asking is for us to be able to look into the legality of that, and it's just because we would not be the same authority. Where a TRO is promoted by Dumfries and Galloway Council, you have that control. It's the fact you are dependent on a third party promoting this leaves a little bit of uncertainty. So that certainly, you'd still need to have the conditions, but we just need to look into how that actually operates with Laura's assistance.
Thanks very much, Mr Sutty. And I think we're always advised we should never apply conditions that we can't control. Laura, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's the difficulty that we have that we'd be placing an obligation on the applicant, which they themselves as well wouldn't be in control of, and we would not be in control of, because nobody knows, although there appears to be support for this development, there could be people objecting to the idea of having yellow lines there. So it's something which is an unknown, and it's not within the control of any of the parties here.
So we are content that when this report comes to us in the future, it's with an intention to approve. It will bring with it the results of a BAT survey, which might then require additional investment on a provision for roosting bats, and it will bring with it the outcome of a TRO, traffic regulation order application, and that will come back to a future date, and that's the best we can do today. Is that, can I just now ask our clerk to clarify what it is we've decided? Tracy, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think for the purpose of the minute and recording a safe decision, it's better to note the committee's intention to approve but agree to defer the consideration of the application until a report comes back outlining the BAT survey and the TRO. I think if members are content with that, that would be a safer for the minute purposes.
Thank you for that guidance, Tracy. If members are content, then we'll settle at that and we'll move on. I'm sorry you don't get a decision today, but it seems to be you should be encouraged by the approach that elected members have taken. And we can't ask you to come back because that opportunity has gone. But thank you very much for being here today. I'm sure we'll see you when the application or when the new information comes forward again at a later juncture. Thanks very much for being here today. We move on to the next agenda item number 6, which has been deferred by elected members. So we move on to agenda item number 7, an application for the erection of 296 dwelling houses, formation of access and internal road and footpath layout, 624 car parking spaces, landscape, 2 such drainage ponds and associated infrastructure at Catherinefield Farm, Catherinefield Road, Dumfries. Application number 24/2277/full. This is a major application with 5 minutes for any registered speaker, and the report's being presented by Graham Smith. So I see there, Graham. Can you just take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Firstly, I would highlight a correction to be made to the description, that first slide. The proposal under consideration today actually contains 638 car parking spaces rather than the 624 described on that slide. That number was arrived at during the course of the application in consultation with colleagues in roads. The next slide shows the location of the site. This is the same plan that you have on page 239 of your papers. That green line running from top to bottom is the Edinburgh Road, A701, a route that most of you will be familiar with coming in and out of Dumfries. The site is outlined in red and is surrounded by housing in the former Penmans engineering site to the north, open agricultural fields at Catherinefield Road to the east, a local nature site known as Schoolwood and Herres Avenue to the south, and housing to the west. The next slide shows the residential land designation that covers the site in the local development plan. That plan was formally adopted and approved by the Planning Committee in 2019, allocating 374 units across the site subject to this application and the adjoining Curry's Yard development. Detailed approval was given by the committee for that adjoining development in 2022. The thick black line in this drawing delineates the settlement boundary, and the relevant site guidance for this application is DFS H8. There's a separate application for the site to the south of this one, which is DFS H4, currently under consideration. The next slide shows the aerial context, and the part of the site to be developed comprises of agricultural open fields, which have traditionally been used for grazing as part of the Catherinefield farm holding. Councillors may observe the Catherinefield moss, which forms part of the local nature site with Schoolwood and takes on a darker shade of brown than the surrounding land. And as many of the representations have pointed out, it's a valued local nature asset. In this image, it's also possible to see the larger units at Penmans to the north and the development at the former Curry's Yard. Moving on to the next slide. As specified in the site guidance for this development, the primary access would be taken from the A701. At this junction, therefore, you would be taking a right turn towards the site. The next slide shows the approved road which has been delivered as part of the Curry's Yard site, which this development would utilise. The next slide shows a photograph from standing in the site with the back to Penmans, looking south towards Catherine Field Moss. Councillors will note the gently undulating nature of this part of the site. The next image is taken from one of the farm access tracks running through the site at Catherine Field Farm, looking west towards the built environment. The next slide shows a view from Catherine Field Road on the eastern boundary, looking northwards. The next slide shows another from Catherine Field Road, this time looking west. You may be able to notice the tops of the units at Penmans just past the field. The next shot looking out from the farm buildings at a relatively flat part of the site, again with the units at Penmans barely perceptible on the horizon. And the final image from Catherine Field Road, this time looking north with Catherine Field Moss to the left and the open fields where the proposal is planned straight ahead. The next image is coming from Herries Avenue, approaching the junction with Catherine Field Road. And the next image shows a closer view of that junction with the neighbouring land zoned for housing on the other side of Herries Avenue. Moving on to the next slide, this just gives some context for how the proposed housing and open space would be arranged. At this stage, it's worth noting that the applicant is a registered social landlord, and this development is envisaged to be delivered in line with the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan, which is a response to the rising cost of living for people and families. In terms of its massing, the buildings proposed vary across the site with a variety of different house types that are suitable for the diverse needs of the people that are going to need them. Councillors will note a red line around a batch of houses on the southern end. These are 30 units that are being proposed to be sold on the open market. So it's envisaged that 266 of the 296 units proposed today would fall into the category of affordable housing to be delivered by a registered social landlord. The next slide shows a breakdown of the housing mix. This changed during the course of the application, primarily as a result of concerns raised by colleagues in education, which I've summarised on page 245 of your papers. This site falls within the catchment of Heath Hall Primary, which has had to absorb pupils from a range of windfall sites within the catchment in recent years. And as colleagues in education have noted, as well as objectors in the community, at times that school's reached capacity. During the course of the application, the applicant has sought to address these concerns by firstly revising house types in order to provide housing that is less likely to put a strain on this service, and secondly agreeing to work with the Planning Authority in consultation with education to deliver the housing in a phased manner which will enable interested parties to plan for the future. I'm conscious that this has not fully addressed that concern, but I am of the belief that there is no easy solution to what is quite a complex set of issues. And the only mutually acceptable solution would be to continue the dialogue and deliver the proposal in a sustainable time period that takes account of future challenges. I'm joined by my colleague in education today who is a schools estate specialist and has kindly agreed to make themselves available at the end of the presentation should you have any questions for them on this matter. Similarly, the applicant will also be available today who can articulate for themselves the way they would intend on delivering the development in a way that addresses concerns. Ultimately, the solution as a planning officer I would recommend is plan-led and one of ongoing dialogue between the interested parties so that it's delivered in a mutually acceptable timeframe. I'm conscious that from the last couple of slides it's probably difficult to glean any detail on the layout, so this next one shows the middle section of the layout. The primary access route enters from the west, past an area of open space on either side, leading into the development, where you would turn right to enter the southern part or left the northern. The housing comprises of a mainly terraced and semi-detached units at this part of the site, with the living well blocks which are a 3-storey flatted units just to the north of the existing farm buildings. You may notice that there are some areas of the site where play and recreation is encouraged, such as the children's play area in the centre or the open space to the north of the Living Well units, whereas other areas of open space, such as Catherine Field Moss, access is discouraged. You'll also note that in addition to the primary access, there are linkages from west to east, some of which might be more attractive to pedestrians and cyclists. The next slide shows the northern part of the site. Again, you can see linkages onto Catherine Field Road, areas where access to the open space would be encouraged, for example, around the woodland to be retained, and others where it would be discouraged, for example, around an area where protected species have been recorded. The site guidance had specified that a noise report would be required to ascertain what, if any, mitigation would be required for future residents. And there was also an objection from the adjoining commercial use relating to potential for noise pollution. However, the noise assessment has found that suitable mitigation can be installed, and I'm recommending condition 15 to ensure that that's delivered in the interests of future residents, which is on page 256 of your pack. Another thing worth noting at this stage is that there seemed to be some confusion amongst objectors with regards to what would happen at Catherine Field Road as part of this development. Condition 10, which is on page 255 of your papers, would require that prior to the occupation of any of the dwellings the committee may be minded to approve, the developer will stop up Catherine Field Road. It is envisaged that would take place in the top right corner of this layout. Moving to the next slide, you can see the remainder of the development. The built environment would not encroach into the moss. Furthermore, in accordance with an eco-hydrological survey, which was submitted in accordance with the site guidance, the drainage strategy does not discharge surface water from the development to this habitat. The next slide shows some sections and gives an idea that some cut and fill would be needing to occur across the site in parts where the housing would be situated. In the top image, Catherine Field Road is on your right-hand side, with gradients continuing to fall away downwards gently towards the proposed surface water drainage. The lower slide shows again a gentle slope from north on the right-hand side in the centre of the site down to the south. The next slide shows a bit more about the drainage infrastructure. There are 2 suds ponds proposed on either side of the access road. The drainage from these would be diverted away from the moss down to the south. And the next slide will show you a triangular area of open space that would be used as a soakaway on the southern end. The next slide just shows the primary route through from the west to the east as per designing streets. There is a hierarchy. It's worth noting that throughout the process, from the pre-application stage to the application, there were a series of discussions with roads. And for applications like this, colleagues in roads like to see a level of technical detail in order to try and arrive at a layout that would get construction consent. This has proven to be a challenge for the applicant, and one that, if the committee are minded to approve this application, the applicant's engineer would be continuing to refine certain details to comply. My understanding is that colleagues in roads would be largely satisfied that technical changes could be made to the road's construction details to achieve an acceptable solution in due course. However, they do continue to have a concern about active travel links between the site and the south and junction of Catherine Field Road and Herries Avenue. From a planning perspective, during the course of the application, we've already sought layout amendments, partly to revise the road's design and further to comments received. Whilst concerns persist, as officers we need to be cognizant of the fact that each time we recommend the layout be changed, this has cost and time implications on the applicant. And with objections to this application, there are no guarantees the committee will be minded to approve it. As a result of these circumstances, the committee should note that in addition to the conditions recommended by roads, And in order to address their concern, which I've highlighted on page 245 of your papers, should you be minded to approve the application, I'd recommend adding condition 7 on page 255. That will ensure that prior to commencement of the development, a scheme of road improvements is submitted to and approved in writing by the Planning Authority that will deliver junction improvements with respect to Catherine Field Road, Herries Avenue Junction, including active travel links. That is a condition that the applicant has accepted. Moving on to the next slide, this gives you an idea of the proposed materials, which are red and grey shades with a mixture of facing brick, render and roof tiles. The next slide just shows a scheme for the open market units, which are similar. Moving on to the next slide, there are some street scene elevations and a graphic of the Living Well block. These just give you an idea of design and visual impact. The next slide shows some typical elevations. There are so many I've opted not to go through every one of them in this presentation. You may note that solar PV isn't detailed on these particular drawings, but they have been elsewhere, and an energy statement has been submitted in support of the application, which displays energy efficiency as having a strong influence in design, incorporating a fabric-first approach to design, and delivering further efficiency through heat pumps and roof-mounted photovoltaic panels. And recommended condition 16 on page 256 of your papers would ensure that these measures are fully implemented. Next slide just shows the southern quarter, that is those units that would be sold in the open market. In massing and design terms, there is no significant difference between these and the affordable units to the north. And the final graphic is an artistic impression of how the areas of open space would be envisaged. In the final slide, I've tried to summarise what I would consider to be the most important issues. Firstly, it's ambitious in its scale at addressing the rising cost of living. And if you were to approve the development today, you would be making a valuable contribution to the provision of affordable housing. The scale of development has been a cause of concern for some. However, I would remind you that this is a plan-led proposal with a spatial vision for growth that was first set in 2019 when the local development plan was formally adopted by the council. With respect to the next two bullet points, there are still issues and areas of concern which have been articulated by many different interested parties and which I've tried to summarise in my report and presentation today. I would urge you to speak with my colleague now and the applicant before making your decision today, should you need any further clarity about the implications of this development on education provision within the catchment. With respect to roads, I believe that there is a technical solution, and the recommendation is that be arrived at via condition rather than prolonging the lifetime of this planning application, which has already been with us since 2024. I've listed ecology and biodiversity as another key issue, purely because it was a recurring theme from objectors. From a planning perspective, I can tell you that professionals with the requisite qualifications have surveyed the site and specified mitigation. That mitigation can be delivered both during the construction process and thereafter in the normal manner, which would be a condition, which would be number 3 on page 254 of your papers. The proposal seeks to protect those areas of value with the development confined to the agricultural parts, and there is an extensive programme of landscaping proposed across the site. If the committee are minded to approve this today, discussions around the detail and implementation would continue between the relevant specialists, with the Planning Authority acting as it should to mediate and ensure that development integrates in a satisfactory manner. The recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions and legal agreement. That would secure an education contribution for those units specifically to be sold on the open market. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Graham, and we now come to questions for the case officer. I have one for you. It doesn't appear that In the proposed conditions, if we decide to approve this application, provisions been made for ducting for electric charging vehicles, and I thought that was something that members always asked, especially in larger developments, that provision was made for the introduction and installation of charging opportunities for electric vehicles. Oh, Mr. Sutty's got to take that.
Yes, my apologies, Chair. I should have spotted that wasn't there. I'm quite happy to add an additional condition that we would normally have for residential developments of this scale, both to item 7 and, if members are minded to support, item 8, to add a further condition to that one as well.
Thanks very much, David. So questions for members for the case officer. Councillor McFarlane, please, followed by Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at page 243, it was talking about the provision of air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps for those that will be on the open market. I'm just wondering why there's a difference between them, and yeah, if that can be clarified. And secondly, on page 244, talks about the educational provision. Is that a planning issue for us to consider? Thank you.
I'll ask him. I think it's a planning issue in as much as we are obliged to ensure that there's education provision, but we've also got an education officer here, but Graham will deal with them both. Graham, please.
Education is a material consideration. For applications of this scale, we need to make sure that there are sufficient services in the locality, so we would consult education as a matter of course. So that is certainly, it's quite common for contributions to be required to, you know, extend schools and things like that. So that's quite a normal thing. EV charging is something that, yeah. Sorry, what that was the previous question. What was the other question?
The EV question, mine, that's been dealt with. It's Councillor McFarlane's first question.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. It's in page 243. You talk about air source heat pumps for the cost of the low cost housing, but you talk about the heat source pumps for those that are on the market. I'm just wondering why the difference and what the difference.
I'm going to guess that I'd prefer the applicant to answer that, but I'm going to guess that maybe it's an economies of scale thing, or it's you know, it's easier for them to, they will be managing their own properties. The private units will be getting sold differently, so it's I don't know why they would be different. Maybe it's one for the applicant.
Yeah, Councillor McFarlane has indicated that he'll ask that question of the applicants or their agents. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Page 246, it's under B. It says development has not been accompanied by an EIA, environment impact. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep, there was a screening as per the environmental legislation. There was a screening submitted to the council prior to the submission of the application. So they undertook a pre-application inquiry, and they did an EIA screening, and it was determined by the council formally that an EIA wasn't required for this development.
Could you, so thank you for that. Regarding traffic flow as such, and obviously there's 600 car spaces, how is that going to affect, is it onto the A701, am I right saying that? And also there's a road to be closed. Can you maybe give me more information about the road that's to be closed? Thank you.
Yeah, traffic would be managed. I think during the construction process, there's a condition for a traffic management plan. Once the development is occupied, I think the levels of traffic have been assessed, and there is no, I would say there's no, in terms of traffic generation, there was no objections from Roads, Police Scotland or Transport Scotland. There is a concern about increased use of the junction of Herries Avenue and Catherine Field Road, like I've said, and we would be proposing a condition to make sure that's addressed. In terms of the road closure, as showed in the layout plan, it would occur in the top right-hand corner of the application site. I don't have any roads details about, other than the fact that they've provided a bit of a turning head where that within the site. I don't have any other details at this stage, but that's something that certainly colleagues in roads definitely wanted. And, you know, it was all the kind of calculations in terms of traffic were based around the fact that that would be delivered.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Slater.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions for a case officer? In that case, we'll go to our first registered speaker, who is Sally Hinchcliffe, who's an objector in person. Sally, this is a major application, so you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring it to conclusion, please. And if you're kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Just whenever you're ready, Sally.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Apologies for reading, but it just means I can keep to time. I'm speaking to you in my capacity as convener of Cycling Dumfries, a grassroots campaign that aims to improve conditions for cycling and walking in the area. And I want to clarify that we do not object to this development as such, but want to raise our concerns about the lack of active travel connections from this development, particularly for cycling, but also for pedestrians and wheeling. Given that this is a substantial amount of housing on a greenfield site, it is incumbent on the planning system does not permit something that will lock in car dependency or leave people isolated if they don't have access to a private car, bearing in mind that this is largely social housing. That makes it even more essential that the plans enable safe, direct and convenient routes for active travel, not just within the development, but connecting up to the wider network. A sensible approach is always to design these connections in from the start and not wait until after the houses have been built, when it would be at best more expensive to rectify and in the worst cases impossible. From looking at the developer's plans, it's clear to us and to others that several opportunities to make these connections have been missed. And this is not just our opinion. The road planning team's response, this has also been mentioned, has raised significant concerns about the lack of active travel links to the south, how parents and children, in their words, can safely access Heath Hall Primary School. We agree with their points and also with the safety concerns raised by the Police Scotland that they refer to, which must be dealt with before planning is improved or any work starts. It's also worth noting that the controlled pedestrian crossing of the A701, which was a condition of the development of the related Curry's Yard scheme, still has not been delivered, despite the fact that these houses have now long been occupied. This underlies why these issues need to be dealt with before any building work starts and not allowed to be kicked into the long grass. I want to raise one further point that we included in our planning objection but has not been mentioned in the reports. The plans do include an active travel route from the main housing to connect up to the Curry's Yard development, ending at that crossing. It has not yet been built. Unfortunately, that is where the route ends, on the A701, which the developer's own transport assessment admits is likely to be a barrier to cyclists, most cyclists. At that point, it is barely 100 metres as the crow flies from the Caledonian Path, which is an excellent traffic-free cycling and walking route connecting Heath Hall and Lockerbriggs to Dumfries town centre. You can actually see it from that point, straight across the top of the field. And you can also see a desire line where people have climbed over 2 separate gates in order to reach the path, showing that there is demand to connect to this cycleway. Continuing the path from the crossing would be very easy and would connect this development to pretty much the whole cycle network in Dumfries, giving people easy access to the high school, the town centre, the train station, and all the way out to the hospital in one direction and the Crichton in the other. It would also cut the distance needed to walk to Lockerbriggs School almost by half, which, given the concerns of Heath Hall School, might be helpful. Surely, if we are contemplating building over an entire farm to provide housing, we can take a short stretch of field margin to connect the hundreds of residents who will live in this development to miles and miles of traffic-free walking and cycling routes. And although this is outwith the boundary of the development area, it should be considered as an essential part of the plans, and it's just as important as the related stopping up of Catherinefield Road and completing the crossing of the A701. And failure to address this and the other issues raised by the planning team will inevitably mean increased congestion on the A701 and more widely in Dumfries, more pressure on parking, and more people left in transport poverty and isolation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sally. Anyone have any questions for Sally? Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. Our next registered speaker is Judith Soberlich, who's an objector again in person. I'm sure they've seen the procedure by now. Judith, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. And if you'd wait in case anyone has questions for you, I'd be grateful. Just whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me? Yes. Like that? Thank you. I've been a Heath Hall resident for 51 years. I'm also a Heath Hall Community Councillor, but I'm here today as a concerned resident. I fully understand that the land at Catherinefield Farm is earmarked for housing in Local Development Plan 2, but my concern is the impact on the local infrastructure, or rather lack of adequate infrastructure, that 296 houses and potentially another 600 cars will cause, on top of the recent builds over the last 7 years, which have already increased the number of homes in Heath Hall by 230. The population in Heath Hall is around 5,500, which surely makes it one of the largest housing estates in Dumfries and Galloway, yet it lacks adequate infrastructure to cope with the demands made upon it. Notably, the current junction from Martinton Place onto Heath Hall Road, which is the new part of road for Curry's Yard, and then out onto the main 701 is inadequate. At peak times, it becomes a bottleneck with a tight entrance and exit, which means that traffic backs up onto the 701, waiting for people to turn in. And the A701, as you know, is one of the two main arteries onto the A75 and into Dumfries. Any roadworks or obstruction on the A roads around us already cause major hold-ups for drivers and affect emergency services. Witness the recent roadworks outside the garden centre, which continued for several weeks. Furthermore, the access road for one of the 3 nurseries in Heath Hall is situated at this congested junction next to the vets. And the other thing compounding this is the inadequate bus services that we now have in Heath Hall, which narrow the options for travel. Where I live is directly adjacent to the northern end of Harris Avenue, which runs from Martinton Place to the junction with the unclassified narrow road that gives access onto Catherinefield Road, which in itself is actually fairly restricted. And there are some 25 dwellings along this stretch of road. This road is already frequently used by drivers as a means of cutting through from the 709 Lockerbie Road onto the 701 to go north or to go south, particularly when there are roadworks on any of the adjacent A roads. This creates at peak times a constant flow of traffic along the north end of Harris Avenue. The vehicles, although they're meant to be restricted to 20 miles an hour, don't generally stick to that, and also restricted vehicles over 7.5 tonnes use the road. This results in hazard for pedestrians, and these pedestrians include young children who are walking down or back from the primary school, which is situated further down. The proposal to stop the top of Catherinefield Road at its northern junction with the 701 will surely compound this situation, as any traffic travelling from the 709 to the 701 will pass up Harris Avenue to join it. Past experience has shown that despite signage advising an alternative route via possibly the 709, drivers use their local knowledge and others use their sat-nav to use the shortest route. It's a rat run. There are no pedestrian walkways or room for any walkways on any part of Catherinefield Road, nor along the narrow unclassified road that leads to Harris Avenue. The junction onto Catherinefield Road at this point is dangerous. Despite the pictures shown, it's really got poor sight lines to the left and to the right, and oncoming traffic currently travels at 60 miles an hour, up to 60 miles an hour in both directions. It was reassuring to hear that some legal requirements will be made as part of the approval, and that may help with some of the issues. But concerning that there have been real and valid concerns shown by 17 other similar objections from residents in Heath Hall and around, the Community Council and other interested parties, including those objecting on the grounds of the impact on wildlife and nature. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Judith? In that case, thank you very much for coming forward. The next registered speaker is Ricky Irving, who's also an objector. Ricky, welcome. I'm sure you'll have grasped the process by now. You'll have 5 minutes. I'll remind you at 30 seconds to go. And if you wait in case folk have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Just whenever you're ready. The wee button in the front of your machine.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. As you say, my name's Ricky Irvine, but I'm actually here as a member of Heath Hall Community Council on behalf of the community. When the development was first proposed for 310 houses, I think initially, there was a lot of talk in the community because we'd recently had 3 developments totaling 230 new houses in the community already, so 300 on top was going to place an additional strain on the infrastructure. As a community council, we carried out a survey and then worked with Wheatley on their consultation, which we were more than happy to do. Our role was basically provide a bridge between the community, Wheatley and the council to work on their concerns and hopefully solve some of them before this planning permission went in, and I feel working together we did manage to do some of that. Unfortunately, a lot of the things were probably out with the control of Wheatley and what they could do. The events were well attended, there was a lot of buzz around the community and it's become a very important issue. One of the main things which has already been touched on was the school capacity. It took 30 years to build a school in Heath Hall, which was immediately full to capacity. In recent years it's been full to capacity. The number of pupils from out with the area have been reduced and the number of pupils within the Heath Hall area going to schools out with the catchment area have been increasing. A lot of the pupils at the new houses have been unable to get into Heath Hall School or stayed at their current school, so the actual school role within Heath Hall exceeds the capacity of the school. The other issue being roads and transport, as Judith touched on, the A701 is the main artery through Heath Hall, Locker Briggs from Dumfries to Glasgow, and basically is the only road into town for Heath Hall and Locker Briggs, which is a huge amount of people trying to use one road. Catherine Field Road, no confusion that the council are proposing to stop that up, which we've inquired as to the reasoning behind that to suit a few houses at the top of Catherine Field Road, but would increase the traffic through the main estate exponentially, in our opinion. As Judith said, the road along Herries Road, the unclassified C7N, as we've now known it, that joins to Catherine Field Road, has already caused issues with traffic problems, speeding. It's a narrow single track road. During this process, it has been resurfaced, so there are no longer any road markings on it as there are in that picture. And the junction you saw in the picture was when the bushes and trees have been cut back. At the moment, there's no sight lines. It's on the brow of a hill on a 60-mile-an-hour limit, Catherine Field Road, where the new houses will be coming out onto Catherine Field Road, coming down there to a very dangerous junction. So we're pleased to see one of the conditions in there, as we've been pushing for, is to improve that junction. The other main issue is for, as you say, 638 parking spaces, increased from 624, I notice. That additional amount of traffic on the A701, which is a very busy road. At peak times in the mornings, the traffic can be queued back into Locker Briggs and Heath Hall, taking half an hour for a 5-minute journey. We feel, when we raised the point that Catherine Field Road really does need to be improved, not stopped up, to allow the traffic to go down there. In 2025, the A701 had roadworks on it for 3 different reasons. For pretty much 6 months of 2025, the traffic from Locker Briggs and Heath Hall was using Catherine Field Road as an overflow to get into Dumfries and into the schools. If that's stopped up, your traffic from Locker Briggs will just be coming through the main estate of Heath Hall. think that's my main points. The only one issue I had was in the report. I noticed on page 243, 1.8 community benefit, there's a mention of inclusive play park funding for this, which was actually initially agreed for Curry's Yard, and we just
You're
want
30
clarity
seconds to
whether
go,
that was additional community benefit, because that's the first we've heard of that, or if it's the same that we've already been earmarked from the previous development. I think that's me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and thanks for being in time. Are there any questions for Ricky? In that case, once again, thanks for coming forward. Now come to the applicant or the applicant's agent, Julie Williams. I see you have colleagues with you. It'll be a collective 5 minutes, Julie. So if your team have any input, it'll have to be within a 5-minute window. Usual thing, I'll ask you 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you want to address any of the issues raised by objectors, can you include it in your 5 minutes, because it might not form part of any questions members might have for you at the conclusion, although I would be grateful if you'd wait in case members have questions for you. So a 5-minute window whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Chair. Increasing the supply of affordable, fuel-efficient, high-quality homes has never been more essential in Scotland. However, the demand for affordable housing continues to outstrip supply. Scotland's in the grips of a housing emergency, with the number of children trapped in emergency accommodation on the rise. This proposed development has been an allocated site within the LDP2 since 2019. The proposal is our commitment to help address a national and local housing emergency, but we're also a key partner working closely with the Scottish Government, NHS and Dumfries and Galloway Council's Education Plan and Strategic Housing and Roads teams to help boost home building within the region. This development will positively contribute to the delivery of much needed affordable housing in Dumfries and has been designed thoughtfully following extensive engagement and will assist Dumfries and Galloway Council's plans in addressing depopulation. Building more energy efficient, affordable homes of various tenure types appeals to a diverse range of people, assisting with retaining young people, attracting new residents, and access to suitable accommodation is essential for our key workers, supporting the sustainability of vital services for local people. In addition to the 2 statutory public events, I've had extensive engagement to all levels, liaising with roads, education and key partner agencies. I've attended a further 3 public events and met with the Community Council on 3 occasions, highlighting our level of commitment to listen, learn, review and adapt our proposals. Our proposed new development at Catherine Field will see a mix of homes, including the provision of a living-well block. These units will be for those aged over 55, and it's designed to promote independent living whilst tackling social isolation and loneliness. This development will also include a supported accommodation unit, which will help alleviate the pressures on the NHS by supporting individuals who have spent long periods in hospital by providing person-led support to help them transition into independent living. The high standards of our homes have been recognised in the housing industry with several national awards. We're not just committed to building warm, safe and affordable homes with EV charging points. We are also committed to supporting our customers and review the wider communities in our region. Our investment in the region is strengthened with community benefit obligations placed on the contractors to provide training and job opportunities and support small and medium businesses. This development will be completed over a few years, which is a fantastic opportunity for apprenticeships to be fully completed. As an example, our Curry's Yard development supported 3 new jobs to local people and enabled 6 apprenticeships to complete their training. We've also just delivered a construction academy programme in partnership with Capital City Partnership, Dumfries College and Dumfries and Galloway Works. Using our developments where local participants gained classroom and on-site training, and 4 of these trainees were successful in securing employment. Following submission of our planning application, we have received some comments which have already been discussed. As part of our design, we looked carefully at the positive biodiversity improvements. Our statement of positive biodiversity report concludes the enhancements included in the development will not just secure, but also enhance the long-term favourable conservation status of Catherine Field Moss and the local wildlife site. A noise impact assessment was conducted as part of our application. Noise levels are currently not an issue. However, we have listened and adapted our approach to account for future potential increases in activity on the site. Education and impact motor school has been a key consideration. We have listened and amended our application following ongoing discussions with key partners, and we're continue having those discussions. We have reviewed the housing mix and reduced the number of family homes and increased homes for aged person on the site. Our development has been carefully designed to promote and encourage active travel links within our red line boundary. We're linking footpaths and cycle paths to Curry's Yard with a bus stop forming part of our proposals. We've now had confirmation and sign off from Amy Highways that the design for the pedestrian crossing meets their requirements, and that work is due to commence shortly. We also want to assure existing residents this is a long-term commitment from Wheatley for the region. We're invested. Our housing officers have small patch sizes of 200 homes. This allows them to get to know their customers and the communities they work on. We have established partnership arrangements with local strategic partners and will continue to develop and build on this. We'd also like to highlight that part of the design development, crime prevention, safety and wellbeing have been paramount following consultation with Police Scotland. The architect and I have met with the police and reviewed our layout and will continue engaging with them. Whilst I know this is a large development, I generally feel what we're asking you to consider is a really unique, forward-thinking opportunity to really change what we deliver and provide in our region.
Thank you very much. So, any questions for the applicant or the applicant's agent? Andy McFarlane, Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One of the issues that's been raised by some of the objectors is in relation to the crossing, which was supposedly to be put in at the Curry's Yard. Can you explain to us why that's not been done, and are there any plans to do that?
Yeah, actually there was comments in this planning application from Transport Scotland. It will be a pre-commencement requirement, but we've already instructed that work. We had a wee bit of back and forward with the design, but which, like I'd said in my statement there, that's now been signed off by Amy Highways, and we've got a start date. It's May this year.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Any other question for the applicant's or agent? Councillor Barretti, please.
And the Chair has already alluded to this, but noticing other buildings that you've created around the region, EV charging points. Now, it has been brought up at the moment that I think it's a technical that you need to have them in from planning or from Scottish Government, but what is the plans? Are you planning to do them, or are you doing ducting?
We'll have full EV charging points for all residents and for visitors.
Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane again, please.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I neglected to ask the earlier question that I said I would ask of the applicants, which is you've outlined in relation to air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps for the different tenures. Can you explain what the benefit is, why you're doing that? Thank you.
The homes for sale will be led by a private contractor that's doing the affordable units as well. And when we were discussing it, it was felt with the ground source, with the boreholes, there's quite a lot of maintenance and checks that are required. And for somebody purchasing a home to then take on that cost and responsibility sort of outweighed it. So we made the decision that we would stick with the air source heat pumps in the homes for sale, not to put any additional burden on home buyers.
And Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you. So can I clarify that what we have in front of us is incorrect, that it's all going to be air source heat pumps? Is that what you're saying?
Honestly, we're still reviewing it. We've recently done ground source heating at another development, and I think we really just need to assess how that looks for the end user. We were really keen as a design team to do the ground source heating, and that's what our proposal is just now. So the proposal for the affordable housing development is ground source heating. We may review that and come back to amend it, and the homes for sale will be air source heat pumps. That won't change.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Slater, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just touching on heat pumps. What is the situation as regards, you say, fit underground heat pumps? Yes, they take up a lot of space as such for getting room, but the ones that work on the air, now there's a high cost to them. So what happens when after a year, who actually maintains it? Or if it fails, does the owner have to buy another one or pay for the repairs on it? Just a question, really. Thank you.
We tend to find that air source heat pumps have got a minimum 10-year guarantee on them. So for the social rented houses, we would maintain them. And then for the people buying the homes, they would take on that maintenance responsibility. But the homes for sale will come with an NHBC guarantee, which will detail all the warranties on their home.
Thank you for that.
Thank
Thank
you.
Councillor Slater.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions for the applicant's agent, thank you very much for coming forward. Thank you. Members, we're in session. Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I can't think of any other reason why not we should agree with the recommendation within the report.
Thank you. If I have consensus in the room that we would support the application. If there's no alternative view, Clerk Tracy, can you confirm your decision, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to A, the successful completion of the appropriate legal agreement within 6 months of the date of the decision or such other reasonably extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and the conditions detailed within the report, with the additional condition to be included on the EV ducting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. It's 1:20. We'll have a 30-minute recess. We convene in room 5 today, and we'll see you again at 10 to 2. Thank you very much. welcome back. Councillor Barrett will just be briefly delayed, but I said we'd start off without her. So we move on to agenda item number 8, an application for the erection of residential development comprising 46 dwelling houses, formation of access roads and car parking, installation of SUDs and associated works at land at Hawthorns, Gretna. Full application recommendation approved subject to A, the successful completion of appropriate legal agreement within 6 months of the date of the decision, or such other reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and B, conditions. It's a major application, and case officer again is Graham Smith. So Graham, will you take us through your presentation again, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. There's a correction I'd like to request to the title slide. It says 46 units. What's proposed is actually 45. Again, it's a design that has evolved during the course of the application, which you might notice from the reference was submitted as far back as 2017. The first slide shows the general location of the site in the northwestern quarter of Gretna. The site is south of the A75 and Gretna Green train station, and as the next slide will show, is part of a wider residential land allocation. There's an ordnance-based plan on page 259 of your papers, and the site is designated as GTN-H3 and is L-shaped. The committee will note that the settlement boundary, again, it's a heavy black line with quite an extensive area where the local development plan envisages residential growth to occur. The next slide shows a satellite image of the site, with its western half currently in use as a caravan park and eastern half open ground. There is housing to the east and west, and the Gables Hotel and the remainder of the holiday park to the south. To the north are open fields and the A75 beyond that. The next slide shows a block plan. Access would be taken from the north or western boundaries, with a primary route crescent-shaped, providing a circular link for the Hawthorns, with housing arranged off that in a way that seeks to incorporate some of the principles of designing streets. As I've said, the layout was altered during the course of the application, with the applicant seeking to follow the advice of officers and colleagues in roads. 45 units in total would provide 22 bedroom properties, 17 3-bed units, and 8 4-bedroom units. These would comprise of a mixture of semi and detached properties, 2-storey and bungalows in terms of their massing. The Suds Pond is proposed at the naturally lowest lying point in the bottom right corner of the site, and some public open space and a square type design feature have been incorporated. Trees in the southern periphery would be retained and supplemented by a scheme of tree and shrub planting, some of which you will see will line the crescent. The next slide is a landscape plan. This just shows what I'd said in a bit more detail. With respect to the site guidance, this was a little bit more sparse than other sites have been, and just specified that the access should be provided to the adjoining site to the north, and that a drainage impact and flood risk report be carried out. As you will see shortly, access has already been provided, and during the course of the application, the necessary technical reports were submitted, and with no objections raised by consultees, a satisfactory solution has been arrived at. Moving on to the next slide, this is a view from the Hawthorns looking towards the access, and it shows the adjoining housing. The next slide is approaching the access but looking backwards. That house type there on the right is similar in design to the kind proposed in this application. The next slide is looking into the site from the northern access, and you may be able to make out that the land falls away gently from the west to the east, and this part of the site is largely open and undeveloped. The next slide is again standing at the northern access looking out at the housing to the east, You can see the adjoining field to the north, just there on the left-hand side. So, as I've said, the site guidance requiring that access to be provided has been fulfilled. And the next slide, if you take a look at that, you can see the spur off to the left. That delivers that to get to that site. And to get to the site in question here, you would take a right turn in this road. The next photo is looking at the established housing on Hawthorne Close, with the site off in the distance to the left. As you can see, red brick and lighter shades of render have already been widely used. The next slide shows some views along the Hawthorns. This is looking into the part of the site currently used to house caravans, but where it is proposed the new vehicular access would be formed with dwellings on either side. The next photo is taken from standing in the northern part of the site, looking towards the bungalows in Hawthorne Close. The ecology survey that accompanied the application describes the habitat as scattered scrub. Another view on the next slide, well into the site on the eastern boundary, looking back at the existing housing. The next slide is a view down the eastern boundary, looking southwest towards the Gables Hotel. And the next one is again standing fairly centrally, looking south. Finally, this is a photo on the next slide. It's a photo of the Gables on Annan Road. The site is behind that, so difficult to see from any direction other than the north and west. The next slide shows a typical street scene elevation and cross-section drawings. As you can see, there are a few different house types proposed, but all incorporating a simple pitched roof design with materials looking to try and break up the pattern and create some visual interest. Again, in the next slide, I've just cut out a selection of the elevations that give you an idea of the design, which I would argue is sympathetic to the existing housing in the vicinity. We can move on. The next issue, the key issues I consider that to be relevant is firstly that the site guidance has been fulfilled with the access delivered and drainage design and flooding survey not raising any objections. The design has been amended following officer advice, and the layout has embraced some key elements of designing streets and aims to achieve passive house standard. Both of these factors can potentially help deliver a successful and sustainable development. Councillors will note that objections were received with respect to residential amenity. However, officers are satisfied that there would be no reasonable grounds to refuse the application on that basis or seek any further amendments from the applicant. Finally, viability has been an ongoing issue. The application was delayed considerably, in part as officers had been seeking a financial contribution for education provision and also for the developer to provide affordable housing. Since inheriting the application, I've liaised with the relevant departments, and we're now in a position where, as detailed in 263 of your papers, there's no longer a requirement for the education payment, and also colleagues in strategic housing are content that, in the specific circumstances of this application, the requirement for the delivery of affordable housing can be waived. Nevertheless, the developer has confirmed that they are prepared to enter into a legal agreement that would secure the necessary contributions required to upgrade the water supply at Gretna. It's for that the reasons I've given. I've mentioned in my report that I recommend approval of the planning application, subject to conditions I've listed on page 270 to 272 of your papers, and the legal agreement that would secure the necessary contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Yeah, but I've only got the one question, and it's the Scottish water situation. And then, you know, we have seen some problems in the past with water pressure in Gretna. Are you happy now that can be sorted?
Yes, there's supplementary planning guidance that looks to secure the necessary contribution that will provide the necessary upgrading that's required. The applicant, I've got confirmation from the applicant, they're prepared to pay that contribution, and on that basis we're quite happy with what's proposed.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drybrough. Any other questions for our case officer? Councillor John Campbell, did you indicate you wanted to speak, Councillor McFarlane? No. Councillor Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, you mentioned about the contributions for the education, and the most recent consultation is that it won't now be required. I'm not sure, are these actually social housing? I do know on page 263 it does say something about the strategic housing and regeneration, so I'm just wondering, normally we don't do it for social housing, but if these are private housing, shouldn't we be putting that education on there? Just a bit of clarity,
No, I think
Chair.
it explains in the paper that they're all private housing, but we don't want an education contribution. That's okay. But Graham, can you just assist Councillor Campbell, please?
Yeah, thank you. I think when the first application came in, we consulted education, and they had said that a contribution for some upgrading works would be required. During the course of the application, the years went by, and we reconsulted education more recently, who confirmed that financial contribution is no longer necessary because of the change of the composition of the pupils. So there's no kind of reasonable basis to ask for it in those circumstances. It's not a social housing development, it's a private housing development. But we were given a viability assessment that showed if affordable housing was to be provided as a level of NPF 4, it would make it extremely unviable for the developer to carry out this development. So that was looked at by the strategic housing manager, who's got a great knowledge of affordability in this area. He looked at the specific details of this case, and he thought that the circumstances were such that we could waive the requirement for the affordable housing. So we do still think that it's in accordance with the development plan.
Thanks, Graham. Fine with that, Councillor Campbell. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. There are no other questions for our case officer. We've no registered speakers. We're in session. Councillor Drybrough, please.
Agree with the recommendations within the papers here.
Thank you very much. Any alternative views? Consensus with Councillor Drybrough's view. So can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Chair, members have agreed to approve the application subject to the successful completion of the appropriate legal agreement within 6 months of the date of the decision or such other reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and the conditions within the report. And I believe we had the additional condition about the EV ducting to be included as well from earlier on's discussion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Very helpful. Move on to agenda item 9. An application for the erection of 2 dwelling houses class 9. Approval of matters specified in conditions 3. Layout 4. Design 5. External appearance and 6. Landscaping of planning permission in principle 240741/PIP at land at the Warren, Kipford 25/2166/ARC. Local application 3 minutes, and our case officer is Claire Eckstein. Claire, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. If you just go through the first. Right. The site is situated on a cul-de-sac called the Warren, which is accessed off the C24S within Kipford. This is a close-up of the site showing the site between Quarry Road and the Warren. As you can see, there's an access track shown through the site, but the smaller diagram on the right shows application we have for retrospective planning permission, which provides an alternative access track linking the Warren and Quarry Road. This is just an aerial photograph of the site, just identifying the surrounding properties with the site in the centre. This block plan of the site shows plot 1 house with garage on the left-hand side and plot 2 on the right-hand side. This is the proposed landscaping plan, which indicates planting to replace trees that are going to be felled on the site. I've just given you some elevations of plot 1, which is the dwelling house and the detached garage, which has been confirmed it is for domestic use only. And then on plot 2, floor plans and elevations. And I've just provided here a cross-section of plot 1 on the left and plot 2 on the right. And just to identify that, and confirm this using this cross-section, there is a minor typographical error on paragraph 4.5, where it says plot 1 and plot 2, they should be vice versa. That shows quite clearly, obviously with plot, how the plots are in relationship to the site. Just got some photographs here. So we're looking at the turning head at the top of the Warren with the application site to the left, with Harris fencing indicating the access track, which crosses the site and to be used for plot 1, and then a new access for plot 2 to the left of this. And then this is the next one, just shows panning right from the previous photograph. So you've got the property Timber Trails and the property Scardale. And this is at the top of the turning head, at the end of the Warren. This shows the access track, which is subject to the retrospective application between the Warren and Quarry Road, and obviously the application site is to the right of this. And then this is looking back from Quarry Road itself to the Warren, with obviously the access track and the application site to the left. And then this is panning left from the previous photograph. So we're looking down Quarry Road with the access track in the centre. And the entrance, obviously you can see the entrance to Bellsview and Woodhead. And then taking this is application site again from Quarry Road, with looking across plot 1 towards the property called Ripley. And then here we are panning right from that previous photograph, looking at the Quarry Road with the existing track, which bisects the site and then leads to the Warren, with plot 1 to the left and plot 2 to the right. And then we've got obviously within the application site itself, so this is from the access track in the centre. So we're looking at Ripley, and kindly there's some post markers have been put in indicating the approximate position of plot 1 in the centre of that photograph. And then obviously we're within the application site, so the access track in the centre, looking towards Ripley, and then post markers in the grass indicating plot 1 and the garage. So this application itself, for the key issues, it's an approval of matters for an existing planning permission in principle. So we're considering policies OP1, OP2 and NPF4 on design quality. In terms of the siting design and external appearance of the two houses and the garage, there were concerns raised about the size, up to 2-storey, but with a single storey closest to the boundary, massing and overlooking and overshadowing and noise with residential amenity. But these have all been assessed as acceptable, subject to conditions. Landscaping, there was an issue regarding the trees being lost, but the replacement tree planting and hedges proposed should enhance and widen the biodiversity, which should help to mitigate for the tree loss, much of which is low quality. And the other matters, obviously, I've already raised in the presentation relating to the alleged right-of-way and alternative routes. So that is being subject to a retrospective application, which has now been received. So my recommendation is obviously to approve it subject to conditions.
Thank you very much, Claire. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. One is the loss of the trees. Planting's okay, but planting twigs doesn't replace mature trees. Also, there's a retrospective part in there, which I don't particularly like to see retrospective in there. Maybe if that could be answered, that would be great. Thank you.
Claire, please.
In regards to the retrospective application, this has been made by the previous owner because when the site was sold and it was granted with planning permission in principle, which included that area where the footpath is. But when the site was sold, they retained that part, and it's them that has put in the application for the access, and they put in the access, not the current applicant. So, but we've obviously been chasing up for an application, and that's now been received. So we're obviously assessing that current application for the footway. But obviously, you'll note in your papers that the access officer has indicated that you know it's an alternative.
Yeah, that explains that. And the quality of the trees?
The quality of the trees, there was a tree survey done with all the trees, and many of the trees that have been lost were considered as low quality. And the amount of planting, replacement planting, is actually more than what's been lost on the site.
Thank you, Claire. Thanks, Councillor Slater. Any other? Councillor Blake, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I note from the report, I think it's paragraph 415, when it's speaking about the provision of waste facilities for these properties. I wonder what consideration has been taken. I know our own waste department have served notice to, I think there are about 7 or 8 occupants in that road, that they were going to stop provision of the waste lorry up the track because they had no place to turn, and that the bins were going to be relocated right down at the seafront. And obviously there were quite a bit of discussion about that. I don't know if what resolution's been made there, but has there been any consideration of the fact that we may not be able to serve it with a bin lorry?
Claire?
No, I don't know don't know about how the various waste things. We just have to look in terms of planning application. We look at it in can they provide on-site household waste recycling areas within a site. So can it take your bins, and is there an area there? But in terms of the sort of detail of where waste is actually being collected by the bin men, I can't answer that question.
And apparently it's out with the scope of the Planning Applications Committee, but I'll just check with Mr. Sutty, is that right?
It is to a degree a separate issue. As Claire says, what we have to do is make sure that there is the capability within the site to have bin storage rather than the particular ideas of how it can be collected. But it's maybe just to point out again that the planning permission in principle has already been granted for the 2 houses here. So that's not really before the elected members today. It's really the design and the layout and the materials and the landscaping that's up for consideration.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you for that. I do understand, and I understand the point. And I also understand that we're looking at this particular application today, not the one for a track, but it may be worth flagging up for the future track that could be considered, because it may be appropriate the track could be widened to allow a bin lorry to go straight through. But I appreciate that's not for today. Thank you for that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blake. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Sorry. Thanks very much, Chair. Claire, thank you so much for the report. It was just a little bit of clarification, if possible, on page 281, siting design and external appearance. In 4.4, it states that the proposal's considered against NPF Policy 14 in terms of design quality and placemaking in the supplementary guidance, Claire. But yet in 4.5, I'm just trying to determine, is that statement in 4.5 trying to negate the statement in 4.4 or trying to justify it as such, in that the height was questioned, but then later on it says that the plans were resubmitted, or let me just check that, sorry. Yeah, the representatives raised concerns about the proposed houses being greater, but then the agent provided more information saying that the ridge level height on plot 2 is no higher than plot 1. So does that then negate the statement of the officer and of the council to say that it does meet your requirements in terms of design quality and placemaking? It just seems a little bit contradictory, and I don't know whether it's just me being confused, which is sometimes the case in planning. So if you could just clarify that, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. Claire, please.
Right, just to clarify, that's where the typo error was on paragraph 4.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4 lines up, it should be plot 1 is no higher than plot 2, which is 1.5 stories, just to clarify that. In terms of the planning permission in principle, the report did mention about a solution being 1.5 stories high, but there was never actually a condition imposed on that original planning permission in principle. So on receipt of the application, we just look at it in terms of is it appropriate for the area? Is a 2-story house acceptable? In this instance, we're considering that it is acceptable for the site.
Thank you, Claire. Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Any other questions for our case officer? Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's on page 281. There's a part that says loss of alleged right of way. Can maybe Claire explain that? Thank you.
Claire already explained it, and it's in the report. There has been an alternative route made available for pedestrian access around the site, and it is not, it's been established it's not a right of way. It may have been a well-used path, but it doesn't establish either right of way nor legal precedent because it's not been in constant use for over 20 years. So there's been an alternative provision made, and our case officer is satisfied with that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Slater. If there are no other questions, we'll go to registered speaker. We have one, Mrs. Janice Reid, the applicant. Janice, if you haven't seen the process, it's quite straightforward. Sorry, I'll start again. The process is, you have 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to make it, draw your presentation to a conclusion. If you'd wait, please, in case folk have questions for you, I'd appreciate that. And it's just whenever you feel like it. So 3 minutes, I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go, and then conclude your presentation and wait and see if there's any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually don't think I've got anything very much more to say because the planning department, the planning case officer, has made a very comprehensive and thorough assessment of the application, and I think has covered all the points that I could possibly raise. I therefore think that I can let you make your decisions based on that rather than anything else I can say. I'm very happy to answer any questions that anybody has got. But other than that, thank you very much for your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being brief, and thank you very much for coming forward. I'll see if members have any questions for you. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, a couple of questions, please. Obviously, it's made mention in the report about the detached garage, and looking at the plans, it seems to be quite removed from the main building. So, firstly, if you could give us your rationale as to why it's been designed in that way. And secondly, are you going to be occupying one of these houses, or do you live close by? Because I'm just thinking about some of the objections that have been raised by the objectors, the comments that have been made there. And obviously, if you're going to be living there, or if you live nearby, then you'll be aware of what the feeling is there. So just to get a feel for that, if we can, thanks.
Yes, thank you. We bought the plots after the planning in principle had been agreed, and on that it showed a detached garage where in exactly the same position it is at the moment. The two buildings that are shown, the two dwellings, are both being moved forward slightly because we were very aware of where they were on the original plot. They really did shade, well, not shade, but they were in the way of the bungalow to the right-hand side. So we've moved them forward slightly, but it was always the intention to have the garage at that point, and we just didn't change it. It suited us. The garage is purely for domestic purposes. It will only be for our use. We have all sold up our houses, or are in the process of doing so, to purchase these plots, to build on them, and they're going to be family homes. One is for myself and my husband, and the other is for my two daughters. The idea is we're retiring there. They can both be there to help look after us when we can't do it for ourselves so much, and also we are there if they ever need a cat sitter or anything else like that as well. So these are going to be our homes, and we loved the plots. I mean, as soon as I saw them, I thought they were amazing. I love the woodland effect. We are planting trees. We're taking out the weedy ones, planting trees in order to diversify what's there. Most of the trees that are there are self-seeded birch, which aren't particularly good for wildlife in particular, but we're hoping to plant things like hazel and beech, all of which provide food for squirrels, for example. We're looking to keep that diversity and improve upon it. And I want to plant lots of wildflowers. I want to try and bring bees and insects in, and that will help bring bats in from the woodland nearby. So the whole point is to make it a home. We're not spec builders. We're not trying to sell on. This is for life.
Yeah, thank you for that. It seems that you had more to say than you thought. Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. If there are no other questions for the applicant, thank you very much for coming forward, and thanks for being here today. Members, we're in session. Councillor McFarlane has proposed we accept this approval. Councillor Dryborough?
Yeah, I was going to say the same, Chair.
Thank you. If there are no alternative views, I'll ask our clerk, Tracy, to confirm the decision of committee.
Members have approved the application subject to the conditions in the report. Thank you.
Move on to agenda item number 10. Planning permission in principle, an application for planning permission in principle for erection of 4 dwelling houses, formation of vehicular accesses, installation of sewage treatment plant and associated works at land to northwest of Coconut Cottage, Corsock, Castle Douglas, 23/2136/PIP. It's a local application, therefore it's 3 minutes duration for speakers. And again, Claire Eckstein is our case officer. Claire, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is the location plan. So the site is on the northern outskirts of Corsock Village and lies between the A712 and the C17S. So this is a site plan. The application site is 0.35 hectares and it's a field that lies between Coconut Cottage and another property called Kilgara. I've got an aerial photograph of the site with the surrounding properties noted. And this block plan shows the indicative layout. So we've got an access for the plots 1 and 2 will be off the A712, and then plots 3 and 4 of the C17S. So we're On the C117S, so we're looking northeast along it towards Kilgara, and you can see the existing speed limit signs with the application site to the left. And then this is panning left from the previous photograph, so we're looking southeast back along the road, and this is looking towards Dunlop Terrace, number 2. The application's to the right, and with the site sloping upwards, you can see towards Coconut Cottage and then the boundary with the A712 behind it. And then we're now onto the A712. Obviously, what I've done is I've just marked where the 30-mile-per-hour limit sign is, and which is a wee bit further out, and then the Corsic sign, which is slightly closer in. It'll make sense when you see the subsequent photographs and give you an orientation of where everything is. So this is looking southeast along the road. So we're looking at Corsic Cottage, Coconut Cottage. I apologise. So we've got the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit signs, and then we've got the Corsic sign in the centre of the application site, just to the left. So we're now on the A712, and we're just looking at along the woodland area, along the northeast boundary. And then here we are looking again back on the southeast boundary, so you can see the Corsic sign in the centre, application site behind it. And this is just the frontage along the A712, and this is just, you can just see on the left-hand side the back of the Corsic sign, and then that's just looking across the site along to the woodland Kilgara boundary. And then this is looking the other way, panning right from the previous photograph. So we're looking southwestwards along the close-up, along the A712. So we've got close-up here of the existing wall opening, and then we're looking at Coconut Cottage. So the proposal itself, we have considered the principle of it against policy H2 and the supplementary guidance in LDP2 for supporting housing development in villages. So we've got 4 units here which are considered a suitably scaled extension to Corsic, which is approximately about 25 houses. The site itself, as you can see from the photographs, is naturally contained by stone dike walls, an established woodland and watercourse. Obviously, the lower part of the site we could have regarded as infill between Kilgara and the other houses towards Dunlop Terrace. And then there's also it has also been historically identified as potential housing for Corsic Village in previous local development plans, but it accords with the current policies and criteria that we consider against housing development in villages. As you can see in the report, we didn't receive any objections from the consultees, and our recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. I have added some additional conditions within for the approval of matters, really so it reflects what the indicative layout is, i.e., we've got the access off both roads, the location of the houses, the palette of the finishes, so I'm suggesting that we use something traditional to the locality, including slate roofs, and we're looking at the preservation, asking for the design to be of a single story, and also asking for the preservation of the stone dike walls. So on that basis, subject to conditions noted in the report, the recommendation is to approve it.
Thank you very much, Claire. And again, at the moment, this is on the planning and principles, so there are no designs to consider. We have questions for our case officer. Councillor Andy McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Claire, can you just put up the plan again, please, block plan, where it shows the 4 plots? Yeah, thank you. One of the objections is about them playing back-to-back, but I noticed within the report it says that access would be taken off C71 or C17 or whatever. So just checking that. So it does show you quite clearly that distinct. What would be the divider between plots 1 and 2 and 3 and 4? I mean, there's a line on the plan, but is there any suggestion as to what would make up that delineation? Thanks.
Claire.
Well, this is just an indicative plan for the planning permission in principle. So it depends on what they come forward to, but likely be that it would just be a typical fence that you would expect for houses that are going to be back to back.
Any other questions for our case officer? Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks again, Claire, for the report. It was just to obviously take on board the representations and objections, and whilst I totally appreciate that in terms of planning it does meet the LDP policy H2, housing in the countryside and housing in villages, can I just ask Claire at 4.9, obviously this will come at a later stage as this is planning in principle, but we do need to take the few objections on board with regards to the design of the back-to-back houses. So if this were to go through at a later date, can you make sure that the planning department and yourselves take concise direction on 4.9, whereby the overshadowing raised by the representatives would be considered as part of the assessment, which might mean a different angling or a different tree and landscaping visibility study, etc., etc. But I think that would come at a later date, Chair, and David Sutty might be able to advise as well. But it's just to make sure that we have considered that, because it is quite important in new developments. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Claire.
If members have concerns, we can ask that the planning application comes back to committee so you can see what's being proposed. We can agree planning in principle now and ask that this particular item is brought back for a confirmation, for want of a better word, when the design and the styles have been presented to officers. That's something members would want. I've got Councillor McFarlane saying yes. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. That's really helpful. I would agree with Councillor McFarlane. I think it's important that this comes back. Of course, it's quite a nice stylised village with a good layout, so I think it's important that members catch sight of that. So I would support that recommendation. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. On that basis, members, we're happy to accept the suggestion that it comes back. We have now a registered speaker. The agent on behalf of the applicant, Gillian Bailey, who's on Teams. So Gillian, good afternoon. You'll have the same 3 minutes that everyone's entitled to have. I'll ask you 30 seconds to go to draw a presentation to a conclusion. And if you wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful, although it would appear that members are more concerned about the finished proposal than the planning and principle application. But whenever you're ready, Gillian, please, and I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to bring a presentation in conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you said, my name's Gillian Bailey. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Director at Gillian Bailey Planning, and I am agent for the applicant, Mr. Corson. So just to provide a wee bit of background, Mr. Corson's family have farmed land around Corset for 3 generations. He feels that this proposal offers an opportunity for a small extension to the village to provide some much needed housing in a community which has experienced the effects of a declining and ageing population, including closure of its primary school and church. The field's a small isolated field. It has limited agricultural value, capable only for growing grass. Although the committee report describes it as a rough grazing land, in reality it's not used for any livestock because it's separated from the main farm holding directly adjacent to houses, and the dry stone wall, which is obviously a feature of interest, is not is not a suitable livestock enclosure. So it's really only used for cutting grass for silage. We have given careful consideration to the characteristics of the site and its surroundings, and that had led to the decision to apply for 4 houses with the indicative layout proposed, and obviously happy to take any questions as best we can at this stage on any queries that members have about that. As has been noted by the case officer, it obviously does comply with policy, and in particular the Council's rural housing guidance, which does support small extensions to villages of this nature. In respect to some of the neighbouring concerns on amenity, the indicative layout shows sufficient separation can be achieved, just looking in particular at the relationship between plot 1 to Coconut Cottage. That's approximately 8 metres, and the indicative layout shows it being a bit further set back to avoid any direct relationship with a side window which actually directly abuts onto the field. And similarly with plot 4, which is the one that's closest to Kilgara, that is approximately 20 metres distance. So I think given that these would be the sides of houses facing towards the sides of adjacent houses, that certainly there's a design solution there that can be achieved that can realise suitable amenity protection. Just also in terms of the biodiversity value, I'm aware of some comments and concerns in that regard. Obviously, as I've said, the field is agricultural, it is regularly cut for silage, there's no trees that are going to be removed. Any impacts on the adjacent woodland can be managed through the detailed layout and design and with good practice construction. And as part of the proposal, thank you. As part of the proposal, we have identified options for further biodiversity enhancement, including wildlife-friendly design. So thank you, and as I say, happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Gillian, for being so brief. Any questions for the applicant's agent at this time? Doesn't appear so you got off lucky today, Gillian. Thank you very much for being here, and thanks for your presentation.
All right, thank you.
Members are in session. As discussed earlier, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, happy to support officers' recommendations.
On the basis that the application for final matters for approval come to us. Okay, everybody happy with that? No alternative views? In that case, thank you very much. And thank you very much for all of our speakers. Thanks for Tracy reminding me of last year. We now move on to applicants that are not eligible for speaking. The first is agenda item 11, an application to allow all of Unit 1 to be used as retail supermarket selling primarily convenience goods at variance with condition 1 of planning permission 14/P/3/0569, section 42 at Unit 1, former home base, Cuckoo Bridge Retail Park, Glasgow Road, Dumfries. The report's being presented by Graham Smith, but prior to that, I will ask Mr. Sutty just to brief members or give members an update on a matter that he has asked me to raise with him.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm aware that all members of the Planning Applications Committee received an individual lobbying email from Martin Robeson of MRPP on the 23rd of February 2026. Mr. Robeson's firm represents Tesco Stores Limited. Mr. Robeson submitted a further late letter of objection on behalf of his clients on the 20th of February, with an earlier one having been lodged on the 24th of June 2025. Both letters are available to view on the Council's website. Members will be aware that competition between different retailers is not a material planning consideration. This has not been put forward as an argument by Mr. Robeson, but I wanted to mention it so it was beyond doubt of members. In summary, Mr. Robeson is of the opinion that the case officer's report is flawed in that it does not properly assess the proposal against National Planning Framework for Policy 28 Retail. He cites a 2024 Court of Session Outer House case, which was Tesco Stores Limited versus Perth and Kinross Council in this regard. This opinion is available on the Scottish Court's website. Having noted his comments, it's not considered that the case officer has incorrectly assessed the current application for the following reasons. Firstly, the committee report does refer to NPF Policy 28 as being a relevant development plan policy. That's page 305 of your agenda papers. Secondly, there are notable differences between Tesco Stores Limited case referred to and this application. Main two reasons for that are the application in Tesco Stores Limited was for a new build retail unit. In the present application, members are being asked to determine an application to vary conditions of an existing development. And secondly, Perth and Kinross Council determined that Policy 28 was the most appropriate policy for that new development. The issue before the Court of Session was not whether Policy 28 applied, it was whether it had been incorrectly interpreted by them. In the present application, the case officer has used his professional judgment and come to the conclusion that Policy 27 is the most appropriate policy. And finally, whilst all the relevant policies were considered in respect of the Sainsbury's Cuckoo Bridge proposal, this is an application made under Section 42 of the Town Country Planning Act, Scotland Act, 1997, to vary the terms of a restrictive condition. It is not for a new build. The application relates to an existing building with an existing Class 1 use within an existing retail park where a bulky goods condition was originally attached in order to protect the vitality and viability of the town centre. Accordingly, the professional planning opinion of the case officer is that the key determining policies are NPF 4 Policy 27 and LDP 2 Policy ED5. Policy 28 of NPF 4 was taken into account, but was not considered to be a key determining factor in this specific application. Case officers available to answer any questions you have on this or other aspects which members may have. Thank you.
And just for fullness, does any member have any questions on the statement Mr. Sutty read out prior to moving to the agenda item 11 itself? No, in which case we'll move on to the application, agenda item 11. We've already determined that the nature of the application. I'll now ask Graham Smith to take us through his presentation. Graham, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. The first slide of the presentation shows the location of the site. Cuckoo Bridge is a long-established retail destination, home to a variety of operators out with the town centre, but within its settlement boundary and part of the network of centres which complement the town centre retail offer. The units have traditionally specialised in bulky goods, but more recently some of them have diversified as that industry undergoes change. Homebase vacated Unit 1 shortly after the company entered administration in late 2024. Unit 1 sits at the end of a terrace of shops which front onto a shared parking court. To the north, there's an industrial estate. To the east is Glasgow Road, with Tesco Extra to the south and the remaining retail units to the west. The next plan shows an image of the front elevation. With the corporate branding now removed, its appearance as a vacant retail unit is stark. Further along, the next unit, which this committee approved last year, has had its frontage refurbished and is now open for business. The next slide shows the service entrance at the rear. Councillors will note that a separate application has already been submitted for physical works to this building and approved under delegated powers. So this application in front of you today is purely seeking permission for a variation of the condition, allowing this Class 1 unit to continue to operate for retail purposes, but without the bulky goods restrictive condition attached to the original consent for Cuckoo Bridge. The next slide just shows it from the side, and it's possible to see the proximity of the unit to Tesco's Extra, which is to the left beyond the car park. Unit 1, the first unit in the terrace, occupies a particularly prominent position. The next slide contains an extract from the retail impact assessment submitted in support of the application. Evidence was provided that a search of what can be referred to as sequentially preferable sites within and adjoining the town centre were considered. The applicant had certain criteria they would need to make a store like this work, but applied some flexibility to that. However, no suitable vacant sites or properties were found. The applicant argues that reusing a vacant Class 1 property, whilst not within the town centre, but at an existing retail centre, would be a desirable outcome in the circumstances. They've provided analysis that a store of the type proposed would not have a significant impact on the vitality and viability of the town centre. Instead, they argue it would increase quality of choice for local consumers. As is normal practice, officers hired an independent consultant to analyse the findings of their retail impact assessment. And as I have concluded in paragraphs 4.7 to 4.11 of my report on page 307 of your papers, we consider that the applicant has provided sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there's no other available properties or sites in the town centre, and that there will not be a significant impact on the vitality or viability of the town centre. Moving to the final slide, the answer to the first question, which is there a sequentially preferable unit or site available? The answer has been found to be no. So whilst this site is not within the town centre, officers would consider that lifting the restriction on this retail unit would not significantly affect the vitality and viability of the town centre. The proposal therefore accords with the town centre first approach, which I believe is the most relevant to the determination of this application. An added benefit in addition to the increased consumer choice from a planning perspective would be the reuse of a vacant retail unit, which, given what we know about the bulky goods retail market, the likelihood of a new home base emerging anytime soon is low. That is a sentiment expressed by several letters we received in support of this application. There does seem to be genuine concerns that leaving a building vacant to deteriorate when there's an applicant ready to invest is an undesirable outcome. A fairly simple principle in land use planning is that reuse of empty buildings is a good way of reducing the need for greenfield development. I recommend that notwithstanding the objections received, the committee approve this application, subject to the condition on page 309 of your papers, which will enable the applicant to deliver the alternative retail offering proposed, albeit with a varied condition, allowing the planning authority to retain a degree of control over the future use of the unit. The recommendation is to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Graham. Any questions for Case Officer? Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's regarding the consultant's decision that putting another store out there won't affect the town centre. I find that difficult to believe, I must admit, because it's another large store out with the town centre, where there's only so much money to go around. So a lot of that money will have to go to that store. And so therefore, I think that it will affect the town centre. But there again, it will fill a large unit, so it will at the same time. So that's just my question. How can you justify that, saying it won't affect, when there's only so much money to go around? Thank you.
Thank you. I think David's already answered that. We'll try again. Can you answer that again, please, David?
Thank you for the question.
Graham, even.
I was quite careful in a sense that I said it would not have a significant impact on the vitality and viability of the town centre. I didn't say it was not going to have any impact whatsoever. The impact has been found by an independent retail consultant to not be of the level where you would refuse an application. So that's a position that's been found by a retail expert, and officers would tend to agree with that.
Thank you, and thanks for that, Councillor Slater.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Graham, you made mention to the application that came before us previously in relation to Next. And my recollection of that was that they had done a similar scoping exercise to look at alternative provision of what would be suitable accommodation for them. Now, as I recall, we got a paper presented from them outlining all the different options and alternatives that they had considered and the rationale as to why they opted to go back to Cuckoo Bridge for the application. Has this applicant done something similar, or do we have access to that information?
Graham, please.
Thank you. Yes, there was a retail impact assessment that took a very similar format to the next application submitted in support of this application. That looked in detail at what units were available in the town centre and on the outskirts. The retail impact specialist that we employed analysed that and requested some further information during the course of the application, but it was certainly scrutinised in detail. Eventually, he found that they had done an appropriate assessment of the town centre units. There wasn't any that were available for Sainsbury's to locate to as an alternative.
Thank you for that response, Graham. Any other questions for our case officer? In that case, we're in session. Members, Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Agree with the recommendation in the report, Chair.
Thank you. Any members in the chamber are in agreement? If there are no alternative views, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Mr. Chair, members have approved the application subject to the condition detailed in the report.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item number 12. Application for alterations including removal of lead fixings, repointing and replacement external stones on north elevation, replacement stone on west elevation, installation of replacement coin stones, clean flagpole on east elevation, and associated works at Sanka Tallbooth Museum, High Street, Sanka. The application is listed building consent reference 24/2317/LBC. Recommendation approved subject to conditions, and Mr. Sutty will take us through this presentation. When you're ready, Mr. Sutty, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think most members will know this particular building right in the centre of Sanka on the High Street on the A76. It's a Category A listed building, i.e. one of national importance. And to be honest, most of the works which are proposed here would fall under the category of repairs, which don't normally require consent, but it's the sheer volume of alterations and repairs which are required. And the fact it's A-listed is why an application is before you today. It's largely undoing damage that has occurred over time through either poor alterations, such as cement mortar going in instead of lime mortar, abrasive cleaning and abrasive paint removal. And then on one particular elevation, as the photos will show you, it's because it's proximity to the A76 trunk road, where it's actually had physical impact to it, as well as you'll see pitted elements in the stone. So just looking through it, that's the location in the centre. The A76 actually has to move around it. Very traditional former town hall toll booth building. And it's a bit of spot the difference in terms of it is mainly, as I say, repairs to the building rather than any fundamental external changes. I won't bother reading all this out, but that's a list of all the works which are taking place, including replacement stones where required. That's the west and the north elevation. The north elevation is one of the ones that has been most adversely affected. Again, it's a bit of spot the difference, really. More details of exactly what's going to be going on. It makes more sense when you see the photos. So that's the front east elevation. That's the other side away from the 76. And as you can see on that, the left-hand side is the elevation onto the road, and you can see the damage that has been done to it over the years. The building is still structurally sound. It's really just the appearance of it, and as you can see, there's bits of stone falling out. So the key issue is basically there's no concern about the structural integrity of the building. This is mostly just undoing damage that's been done over years. And because it's an A-listed building, this is going to keep it in its longevity for a long time. So happy to recommend approval for this, Chair.
Thank you very much, David. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor Moretti, please.
Just the one, just to quantify that, some components of the building will need scaffolding to access the top of the building. Is that correct, David?
Yes, and there's no doubt that we would need to have scaffolding. That does raise a little bit of an issue in my mind about the effect on the north elevation and how that's going to work with traffic control, but that's thankfully not an issue I need to consider.
Not for us, but there will be a road closure application made for a considerable period of time, which will involve, I think, about a 60 or 70 mile round journey for all vehicles during the time the repair is being conducted. But it's an on balance. The work has to be done and there are no alternatives. So that's where we are. But as David says quite rightly, that's not for us today. So members, we're in session. Happy to. Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, happy to agree with the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you, and members in the chamber and audience. So no alternative views. Tracy, can you confirm the decision, please? Oh, Councillor Slater, please. I take it Councillor Slater's withdrawing his hand. So decision, please, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to condition in the report.
Thank you very much. And agenda item 13 is appeals decision for noting. I don't know if Mr. Sutty has anything to say on the matter.
No, I think what it says in the report is all that needs to be said.
Nice to see members' decision was supported by reporter. So members happy to note agenda item 13. There's consent in the room. I'm hoping silence will mean the same. And I see Councillor Jordan with a thumbs up, so that's great. And then move on to agenda item 14, any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to need for decision. I have no further business. I am grateful to members for spending a significant time today in a number of challenging reports. So thank you very much for your time today, and thank staff as well. And the meeting is closed. Thank you.